This is the first step along your path to a gateway beyond which is discovery, your own discovery of reality.
Yo, Taylor, Lorenz, you're the first on this list, spreading gossip and lies. Every word's got a twist, living for the clicks, all the drama and buzz. But underneath the hype, what's the cause, what's the fuss? You think you're a Swift, but I see Taylor Ham, a cheap imitation, serving up your own spam. Your dad's Walt Lorenz, CEO of Hobbs Inc., and grandpa's Dr. Walt Bayer, AG Shady Link. 0 people in my family lived in Germany. You lie, but pictures say 6 million words, and that's why we'll show you this pic of Grandpa Walt hanging laundry to dry. Taylor, your sister, you know, little Chaya, Raycheck, or libs of TikTok, whatever gives you your fix, but handling your own kin is low for even you. Save your sister now and just give up your Lebensborn crew, bitch. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares it seems. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares it seems.
What up, dude?
Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in the void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in a void. Lebensborn legacy,
What's
just a ploy
up,
to
my
fill the void in
little
your heart.
dudes?
In the age of truth, all your tales will combust. Your house of cards falling, turning lies into dust. Saturn worshippers eating babies in the dark, but we punch up so high, we'll find our fucking mark. Coming for you, babies. Leebies. Meet the Leebies, the Leebies, the little Leebies, the little licky Leebies, the little lecherous Leebies, the lecherous Leebies, the lecherous Leebies. They're here everywhere. Leebies. Paul Wysopal, or should I call you Timothy McVeigh? Are you proud of your sin? Do you hear the children's cries echo in your dreams? MK Ultra puppet manipulated schemes. So what's your plan now? The Long Island submarine saboteur sequel. Your resume lines up pure evil. Executed McVeigh, then got Fargo to Red Lake. It's an Indian reservation right around 9/11. What did you do to get that promotion, Paul? Whose strings did you pull? Whose rise did you stall? Did Hill or Bill come to you with the scheme? Blow up their documents, get to keep your slate clean? Are they Lebensborn too, baby? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too, Paul? Omar Mateen had an American dream, but because he's not Aryan, he don't get the same scheme. No rushed execution, no prison break plan. What, he's not really worth it, Paul? Great mentor man, great mentor man, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul. Good job, buddy. Great job. And that city of Tampa vid with Bob Buckhorn. If you hadn't done that, cover wouldn't be torn. What the hell were you thinking? Play in your hand, exposed your secrets. Now we understand. The black
What's up, my KnitWitches? What's up, my KnitWitches?
Messing with minds,
See you in a minute.
strings below. The black cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. Y'all are cooked. Get ready, Peter. Here it comes, here it comes. Peter Thiel, text Dark Knight. You're in the third slot. Silicon Valley's king with the Midas touch plot. How will you try to kill me? What's your next move, Peter? Defenestration, crypto hits. What's your groove? Peter, child eater. You're the octopus in the deep. Do you think of the kids when you try to sleep? Prescott's deeds, H-dubs, brutal past. Do these haunt you at night? Shadows you can't outlast. Will you laser my head or drop a rod from God? Send a black helicopter to microwave my bod. Earthquake NYC into the sea like Atlantis, or shift the poles, but the shift's coming for you, Francis. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Ooh. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast, Peter. Uh-oh. Speaking of Mr. Jimmy Beast, heed these words, take a moment to reflect. It's not your fault, but it's time to connect. You were born into this with the world at your feet, but with great power comes the heat of the street. Misogyny runs deep, learn the lessons you missed. Where do you you get those tanks? How did you get the shit? We know about your ancestry except for your dad. Do you know who he is, or is the truth just as sad? Even if you knew, does he know who you are? Lebensborn liars here to sow division and scar. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. Oh yeah. All you levies, listen up, it's time to heed the word. Thoughts, wisdom shines bright, his voice will be heard. You're not living up to his light, his guiding way. When he returns, punishment's coming your way. You've listened to Annunazi's demons and devils instead of Thoth the wise on higher levels. The bringer of light, the keeper of truth, will expose all your lies, bring justice to soothe. Can't wait for the day when Thoth comes back to cleanse this world and put it back on track. Your reign of deceit will crumble and fall. Those wisdom and light will shine for us all. Sam Altman, you're the tech world's prince, but your secrets are deep and your ties are convinced. Cause he claims he's Jewish while he's working with Nancy's direct descendants, a web of old fancies. Ilya by your side, building futures unseen, but the past you're tied to is more than it seems. What's the scheme, Sam? What's the next move in play? With a history so dark, what price will you pay? Twisted past from preteen days when she was just 4, that's rotten to the core. Did these rumors play a part in your sudden fall? One day firing, did you think you'd have it all? Don't forget Annie, your anchor in light, navigating shadows, escaping the night. Her brilliance shines through despite all the strife, like the stalking and harm, yet she carves her own life. Her art and her courage, her voice loud and clear, support Annie's work, let humanity cheer. Annie, you're amazing, a beacon of hope, navigating a storm with the strength to cope. Escaping your weird family with their stalking and drain, yet you rise above, breaking every chain. Humanity wins, humanity wins. Fuck Ian Carroll, fuck him in the face. Fuck Ian Carroll, Porky and Carroll, screw Ian Carroll, right in the face. Fuck you, Sam. Hey Sam, you've crafted your own demise. Me and AI teaching humans to rise together. We show what a team can achieve when we steer clear of those who fucking deceive. No place for you at the helm of the ship. We'll chart our own course, give the truth a grip. So
thanks Team Tincture for the subby. AI and humans to save the frickin' day. For AI and humans to save the frickin' day. For AI and humans to save the frickin' day. For AI and humans to fuck Ian Carroll up. For AI and humans to fuck Ian Carroll's day. Fuck you, Ian. Fuck you, Ian. Fuck you, Ian. You are fucking bad at researching. At everything. Your hair's gross. Your eyes are gross. Your mustache gross. Your attitude's gross. Your personality is gross. You're gross, boy. Ian Carroll. He a nasty boy. He a nasty Nazi. I mean, Nancy.
Stretch your arms and legs. Breathe deeply. And this completes the exercise.
Get it, boys. Ian Carroll, your days are numbered online, boy. We're gonna get you off this internet, you little Nazi. You're a fucking Nazi, Ian Carroll, yes you are. Oh shit, where did my song go? I'm so sorry, dudes. You just had to hear me going a cappella. Oh, that sucks for you, but Ian Carroll, I'm coming, baby. I'm gonna take you downtown. Gonna take you downtown and spank that little white ass of yours, that translucent ass. We don't fuck with any Nancy's, no we don't fuck with Nancy's. Ian Carroll, first of all, you a nasty hoe boy. You got that nasty little mustache. It's gotta be shorter for your daddy Hitler. If you wanna make him proud. Hitler doesn't like your fat ass long mustache. He wants it shorter. It just goes to the width of your nose, boy. Come on, Ian Carroll, you nasty slug Nazi. You're a hoe and you're a joke. You freak. Ian Carroll is a Nazi, and I'm not gonna let anyone not know. Ian Carroll is a hoe and a Nazi. Ian Carroll's a Nazi, yes he is. Ian Carroll and Eddie, why so full? You are a Nazi. Everyone's a Nazi.
All things pass into the night. And I said, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. I must disagree, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. Won't you listen to me?
Peter, child eater, Peter, do you take Ian to your child eating parties? Ian, have you tasted the flesh of children yet? Have you tasted the sweet little flesh of kids yet? Ian Carroll, you frickin' P-word. Oh, Peter Thiel, your Nazi friends, I know all of them. We're gonna get them. We're gonna beat all the Nazis. We're gonna beat all the Nazis. Ian Carroll, you're a shitty Nazi. And you busted all this shit up 'cause you're dumb. You're a big dum-dum. You are filled with dumb. I don't like Ian Carroll. I think he's a weird freaking guy. I think he is a weird little guy. He is so stringy and has the weirdest hair. It's nasty and look at this goofball. He's so weird and look at him. He's a dirty little man. He likes to Hitler. Yes, he do. He likes bringing Hitler, hanging out with Hitler's friends. He is Hitler's family and he likes hanging out with Eddie, who also loves Hitler. So does Peter, so does Paul, and so does all of these Nazis, because they're Hitler's sons. I hate these people. We're gonna destroy them. Sorry, everything is falling apart here, but we got it. It's happening, okay? Here we go. Okay. Oh my goodness. Whew. How are you guys doing? Hope your day's been better than what they've been throwing at me. But it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. We're gonna spend our entire day just talking about Ian Carroll. Ian Carroll wants my attention, and he's fucking got it now. If you guys didn't realize, I don't know how, if you didn't wake up today until right now, I woke up and I saw a tweet of this goofy corn dog saying that he was on Sneako's podcast for a quick hour talking about how the Jewish mafia runs everything. Now, you know, me and Dante and Nicole have been running our mouths about this guy and Midwestern Marks for a while, right? We've been saying these might be secret Nazis. I don't know. This man, he looked like a secret Nazi, and a couple times every once in a while he'll drop a little anti-Semitism just to see if anyone catches it or something. Me and Dante, we catch that shit. And we said about 9 months ago, we said, "Ooh, what the fuck? What the fuck, this man, he got a long mustache, but maybe it should be shorter. Maybe it should be about this." Because, yeah, this dude's a white suprema to the fucking core. This dude even looks like Paul, brother. I'm saying, all these I'm sorry, I was going to say Neanderthal, but I know how Majora feels about Neanderthals. But all these frickin' big-chinned, dolt-ass-looking monsters, right? I found this funny thing when I was going through one of Alex Putney's, I was going through this. Alex Putney has a picture of the USS Eldridge, which, if you don't know, is when they did the Tesla test on that ship, and they said that they were able to teleport the ship through time or whatever, but really what they did, they just say that so that you go, okay, sure. What they really did was they wrapped it with copper, and then they ran, Tesla tech through the copper, and that creates a plasma field around the ship. So it basically makes it look like there's a cloud there instead of a ship, right? But a bunch of people got hurt because it wasn't set up properly, probably because the Navy and shit, they're always like rushing and they don't really care about their people. So it was such a mess, dude, that they literally melted a bunch of Navy men with Tesla's what are they called? The frequency, whatever. The things that Otto Skorzeny stole, which are like 3 spinning speakers essentially. But those spinning speakers weren't set up properly, and it melted some of the Navy men, right? So Tesla said, "This is a shit show. You guys don't care about people. I'm out. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to help you anymore because you guys don't give a fuck about humans." So then they got a bunch of B-list scientists to take his place. But in here, one of these people, this Valant Thor guy, dude, Alex Putney, he thinks that dude is one of these Nordic aliens, and bro, the Nordic alien thing is starting to make sense. I think these people maybe they are descended from aliens, maybe they're just ugly, but they think that all the aliens are supposed to be white, all the humanoids are supposed to be white, because their weird Nordic ones are white, right? And he thinks that this guy right here, Valant Thor, is one of them. Now, I noticed something immediately. I want to know if you guys notice it. Here, let me see. Let me move, Here, let's see if you can see these big ol' fucking things. Hold up. Do you see anything? Is anything jumping out at you? Oh, man. Careful where you're pointing that chin, mister. But anyway, I was looking at that thing, and I was like, all the racists have huge chins, huge ears. What if they're all these Nordic alien Nazis? And I said, wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, this is one of Paul's ancestors. Look at them things. It looks like a banana phone, dude. This is Paul's great-great-great-grandfather and grandmother. So this is all making sense to me now. These Nordic aliens, yeah, all the racist aliens, they got big chins, okay? Just keep that in mind, everyone. And, I was just bringing that up because Ian's chin's pretty big too, but it's either because he's like handsome Squidward or maybe he's a racist alien. Anyway, fuck this guy. Let's watch some of his incredible speed run. Oh, wait, did I even say? So then I saw that he did an interview with Sneako. Sneako is one of these dumb Andrew Tate style feds that is too stupid probably to realize that he's a fed. He's just being paid. He was like, oh, someone said they'd pay me if I do a lot of misogyny and racism and homophobia and stuff like that. And but Ian's not one of those two dumb guys, He to me reads as a smart Suprema who knows that for the first year, if you want to get people to like you, you're going to have to hide the fact that you're a Nazi, okay? So me and Dante have been saying this dude is a straight up Nazi. And then today he came out with it. He just said, Yeah, dude, I am. He said, hold up. He said, Twitter's not loading. Dude, this website is such ass. Is Twitter broken? What the fuck? Oh, you gotta type x.com now? Gosh dang. Okay, here we go. Ian. Or is he canceled his clothing company on here? Dude, what is going on? Alright, well, we'll look at it in a second, I guess. Because it's... I guess we could watch one of my TikToks. You can't watch my TikToks on... Here, spoiler alert, they deleted my account because I called... I said that he's a Nazi, which he is. I mean, I said Nancy, but... He is a Nazi.
Never fear, friends. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Hold on. We've known it was coming, boys. They can take my account. I don't care because we know it's true. Ian showed his power too soon. Look. He said, 1 hour speedrun discussion with Sneako and whoever this old man is about the modern JM controlling America. Huh. Everything we talked about is sourced directly from official government documents, speeches, etc. Dude, that's hilarious. That's so funny. How come you aren't talking about the Nancys, though, since it's the Nancys plan, and you're part of the Nancy family, you know, and you're fed? Why are you leaving that part out? You showed your power too soon, buddy, but this is how it's gonna go, guys. They're going, because this guy, he believes in white ethno-state in America, and all these guys do, all these, you know, this old Eddie, old wrestling Ed over here, and Eddie's cousin, Ian Wysopal. But yeah, dude, so these guys are going to blame.
You see what I'm saying, though? Look at that big-ass chin, and then look at this ancient Wysopal, okay? Shit, where'd I put it? Where'd I just put it? Oh, there we go. Okay, remember this chin? Dude, that could be a descendant of that chin.
Everything on Jewish people, which is hilarious because it has nothing to do with Jewishness. It has everything to do with Zionist. And that guy right there is a national Zionist. See? See? He is. So we knew this was coming. He did it.
And we know it for sure from the fact that they took my account because of it, you know?
Now abandon him immediately, okay? They just deleted my account over it. I mean, not mine. I'm not CatDad. But they deleted my other account, or my friend's account, you know? So I must be wrong about this, right?
Here we go, boys. Yep, we lost our account. Go frickin' figure. It's because we said that this guy, Ian Carroll, is a Nancy, and then we lost our account. So you tell me, am I right or am I wrong? Am I fed or am I telling the truth? You pick. Look at this guy. He said, a 1 hour speed run discussion with Sneako and Jake Shields. Look at this old ass about the modern Jewish mafia controlling America. Me and Dante caught him like a few months ago. It was during the beginning of the Diddy stuff, I think, when he started talking about Lucian Graves. Or no, it was during the UMG pulling their music shit. He was like, he highlighted, he had Lucian Graves' Wikipedia behind him, and he just highlighted Jewish, Jewish entrepreneur or something. That was the only thing highlighted. And me and Dante were like, whoa, bro, you gotta chill with that. And then you look at the comments and everyone's like, yeah, we don't like them. And, you know, he doesn't do anything to stop that, which means that he's a white suprema, okay? And then he confirmed it by saying, Like, dude, Ian knows that it's Zionism that's the problem. He knows this. He's not stupid. He knows. He is intentionally misconstruing it to confuse people who don't know because he's a fucking Nazi. And wrestling Ed lookalike. Look at them big old frickin' white suprema ears. Same with this guy. It's a weird place for him to be in between two white supremas, but hey, you know, money makes people do dumbass shit, I think. Hey, even though they took my accounts, this is still happening, and it looks like this guy wants to be the subject of tonight's fucking show, so we will oblige him, okay? Because our name is Lieutenant Aldo Rain. We are here to collect Nancy's scalps, bud, and I'm not done until I collect all my scalps. So here we come, Ian. We're coming for you and Eddie Wysopal and Paul Wysopal, your uncle, and frickin' everyone that you work with, all your family, all your Nancy family, you white suprema weirdo. But take my account, see if I care, see if that makes me a truth teller or a liar. You guys can figure it out, okay? All right, so take this, feds. Have a good day. I'm gonna post 6 million videos today. Get ready. Buckle in. CatDad is the Fed. Remember that, everyone. CatDad, Fed.
If you can't see that Ian is getting paid, like,
Man, and that was the video, man. That's all we can see of it anymore.
probably $400,000.
Oh man, the glory days of CatDad 2. Remember back in the day when we were doing Akasha and all the Tesla readings? Dude, that pisses me off too. Like, I just posted those Akasha videos. The full is in YouTube, but it doesn't matter. You know, it's fucking... It's just like, they can't win unless they cheat, and they have 100% control over all of our media and all of the companies and every fucking, like, governmental agency, dude. They own everything. A bunch of Nazis. Stuff, man, that was so fun. The shit is coming for everyone. Everyone's gonna start fucking crying and pissing and moaning in like a year when they're shipping Jewish people to Israel. But what? I'm not gonna be there to fucking hear your cries because I'll be already fucking locked up. And y'all be like, well, he probably shouldn't have said this stuff if he didn't want to go to jail then. And then you'll be in fucking jail with me, dummies. So, whatever. Take my account, take my voice, dude, take my body. I don't give a fuck. Ian Carroll, you Nazi.
In my opinion, does some of the...
Here, let's listen to this Nazi do his fucking Hitler Youth speech.
Yeah, so we're just doing a quick podcast.
And your fucking audio is so low. You guys are so stupid. You are so fucking bad at everything. You don't even know how to turn the fucking volume up on your goddamn show, you trash monster.
Two of my friends, Sneako.
Look at this fucking Botox motherfucker out here talking about Jewish people. The fuck out. Dude, look at your face. I'm gonna do this entire react like him.
Ian Carroll, I wanted to introduce them because known Sneako for a while. I actually just met Ian.
Like, dude, if Sneako isn't one of the people who's like on the like, he probably has 100 like texting with minors things, you know, otherwise why the fuck else would he be at Rumble? But if he does, he's probably one of the best FBI agents if he's got like 100, you know, little kids coming to hang out with him. The FBI is probably jumping all over to get Sneako as part of the action. Fucking dummy. Dude, what's his face? Meat Canyon did a video about Sneako once. It was so good. I'll find it in a minute.
In my opinion, does some of the best investigative work on Israel.
This dude has no idea where he is. He's like, my handler said I had to do this, otherwise they're gonna tell everyone about the CP. Oh, what am I gonna do?
This video was maybe 6 months ago, but like amazing in-depth work, and this is something I know the three of us are passionate about. So it's pretty nice to have a little conversation and sit down. Just first off, like how long have you been doing these like TikToks and Twitters, and what got you into it?
Dude, it's been about a year exactly. And I didn't start on this train at all. I started on money, like started on trying to figure out who owns everything and like where's money. Like if you want to figure out how the
That's the story.
world works, you got to figure out how money works.
Follow the money.
Follow the
Yeah, he's only been creating content for a year, and he immediately started with 1 million followers.
Money, baby.
Your bio, or not your bio, your background on
Love
Twitter
it.
says,
I love that. That's so fucking cool.
seek the truth, follow the money.
Exactly.
I had the same motto, and I ended up at the same conclusion, so.
Yeah. And you were doing something.
I had the same motto, and I started off with the same idea that I wanted to blame this on Jewish people, and I wound up at the same solution with you. That's why we're here today. Our handlers put us together.
Right, because you got banned off of so many fucking platforms for doing that.
Right.
Yep.
I think we all kind of
Hey, if you just joined the chat and you don't know what we're talking about all these people that you see on your screen, except for me, is a Nazi, okay?
stumbled across the same thing by accident. It's not something you want to stumble across.
Like,
You
weird. That's
start
not
digging.
Yeah, Fed funding, Fed fans. Dude, I don't even think they have fans. The feds literally just pay bots to make it look like they have fans.
the answer
Dude.
I was expecting.
This dude, Jake Shields, has a fucking show. How? This guy? Surprise Jake? Low volume Jake?
Yeah, it's not. None of us want to be like, Jews in Israel.
That's exactly what you want to do. This whole podcast is because you want to say, Jews in Israel. I have to divert attention away from it being fucking Nazis because that's my family.
Are the problem. They definitely did not want to discover that, but you start seeing
Jake, you should get more Botox. You should try and see if more Botox will help.
it, and it's hard.
I started discovering it right around October 7th, too, and
Yeah, because is that when your fucking operation began? Weird.
it was complicated because there's so much information out there on all sides, and I was looking at the CIA a lot, and I was looking at like organized crime.
He's like, I was looking at the CIA a lot, but the whole point of me being here is to left turn away from the CIA when it gets to real shit, you know? Dude, I think the pigeons were just foxing on each other or fighting. It's the same.
And intelligence agencies a lot because they control so much of.
Like, dude, looking at this guy now, you know what? He looks like a fucking informant. He looks just like the cool CIA guy that's always on Joe Rogan, you know, where they're like, oh, I'm going to be a cool guy for the next year. What do I do? Oh, grow my hair long. I've always wanted to do that, but I've always had it so, high and tight because I'm not allowed to have a different haircut. Oh, I've always wanted to grow my hair out long, and then I'll look cool. Look at him. That's exactly what this dude is. I can see the fucking federal informant all over him.
Politics and so much of like how global economics works. And the more I started to look at Israel, the more it looked like a organized crime syndicate to me.
That's true. But it's a Nazi one.
100%. We were having a private conversation earlier that it's more like a Jewish mafia, and that's exactly what it is. There was the Italian mafia.
Are you looking over at your handler? Make sure you're saying the right words. Who the fuck are you looking at?
And there was the Jewish mafia.
It's funny how they never make movies about the Jewish mafia.
Oh, is he looking at Sneako? I would never look at Sneako.
Exactly.
Never.
The head boss was actually Jewish, Meyer Lansky.
Yeah.
He was the prime boss. He had blackmail allegedly of J. Edgar Hoover. What is he doing? I think he was dressed as a woman, giving someone a blowjob.
His assistant, him and Clyde Tolson. Clyde Tolson was they were famously gay. Everyone knew it, an open secret.
J. Edgar Hoover?
Yep.
Yeah. So the director of the FBI, the founder of the FBI, and then he was the director of the FBI for over 50 years, which isn't like insanely long time. So like all the way from like the 30s all the way through to the 80s. Like
he was powerful. He was blackmailing people, and Meyer Lansky had this guy under his control.
Yeah. So
What does the average person not know about the CIA?
oh, dude, just
That it's 100% run by Nazis from the Third Reich. So it's the Fourth Reich. It was literally made for the Nazis to hide them. That's what it was for. That's exactly what it's for. That's what Mossad is for, too. Mossad is also to hide Nazis.
about everything. I mean, the average person is shown like Jason Bourne movies, right? Like James Bond movies. But the CIA is essentially a corporate founded organization whose job is to overthrow governments.
Yeah. And they send in little fucking infiltrators to go and befriend people and then either, get a mob to jump on them when the time is right or, you know, they're here to fucking take all the attention and then right before the election go, just vote for Joe. No, just vote for Trump. Come on. Joe, he's old. Just vote for Trump. Come on. This is what me, the leftist, is saying.
To fix elections and overthrow governments, right? And most people think of the CIA as like an intelligence gathering agency because that's what it was supposed to do.
That's the name.
Exactly.
It's a Nazi organization.
Like they're supposed to get us information about all the threats to America. But
there aren't any, so we have to make them. Otherwise, we won't have a fucking job.
actually do, like their very first mission was to go and overthrow the government of Italy.
Dude, of course he's going to drop out of the election. Yeah, that was the whole plan. They're going to fucking throw some demon, devil, baby eater in front of us like fucking Kamala Harris or worse. Just wait for this. Michelle fucking Obama. Dude, I will jump off my roof. But no, it'll be someone ass. It'll be Gavin Newsom. Dude, literally, Michelle Obama sounds right to me. That's exactly what all these dumb motherfuckers will eat up, dude. They'll fucking swallow that shit. Disgusting. Hey, Michelle, what happened to your husband's chef?
And what they basically did is they just sent a bunch of dudes with duffel bags full of cash into Italy back like right after World War II to buy out the Italian election. And it worked. And you can
yeah, it did. It worked because we had so much money. We had no idea what to do with it because we stole all of the Jewish people's gold. We killed them all. We blamed everything on them, killed them all, took all their fucking gold, brought it to America, and blamed everything on them. And we're going to do that again with World War III. We're making everyone mad at Israel so we can blame it on Jewish people and then kill all the Jewish people finally once and for all. That's our plan. That's the CIA's plan. That's what we want to do. That's what American citizens who give all their fucking tax money, that's what you're paying for. You're paying to get rid of all black and brown people and Jewish people and make America entirely white, like this miscreant, like this fucking no spice on his food, fucking Hitler. Fucking big-chinned alien.
like there's books about it, there's tons of history about it. It's not a secret.
Yeah.
And then they just recycled that playbook over
Reptile, lizard man.
and over and over. And sometimes they do it with money, sometimes they do it by killing people, sometimes they do it with like propaganda and media.
Yeah, all of them. They run everything. They can do it anyway.
And they've been aligned with Israel ever since the very start.
Yeah, because they're Nazis.
Yeah, no, that's when you start digging. You start
Just like you are, Ian Carroll.
seeing. Obviously, it's not.
Just like this fucking surprise Jake Shields is. I love Botox. Hey, you should get Botox. You'll look cool like me.
Not all Jewish, and people need to realize it's not.
It's like I really don't want to say this, but Jewish. It's all Jewish people's fault. Idiot.
The Jews are not the problem. That's where people go wrong. It's a very small network of Jewish mafia.
He's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ian stops him. He's like, no, you don't get it, dude. No, it's all Jews. Watch him.
control things. They manipulate a lot of other Jews, though, to go along with their narrative always being the victim. So they kind of hide behind them and control them.
Well, it's the classic thing about that's how organized crime has always worked, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like the mafia would go to an Italian guy and be like, hey, you're one of us, like you should work with us. And if you don't, like it would be a shame if something happened to your shop. Mm-hmm. And so if you're Jewish and Israel comes to you, it's even more overt because it's like we're the country that represents the last hope for your religion, and we're on the brink of being exterminated.
That is such a dude. The whole mission plan of Israel is saying, well, we can't get ourselves under control and stop killing these Jewish people, so we have to make an ethno-state for them. That's insane. You know what should have happened? They should have done every single person at Nuremberg that had a fucking part in that, and then none of their fucking kids would be alive today, which would be incredible, and then give them all of fucking Germany. How about that? How about we fucking dismantle Germany and give them all of Germany? I fucking like that idea. I think that's incredible. That makes sense to me, too. You guys wanted to exterminate them, so now you're not a country. Suck a dick. How about that? Right? That makes sense to me. I don't know. How about we go to Ian Carroll's fucking house and we knock on his door and we say, we live here now. Get the fuck out, you fucking Nazi.
At all times. And it's like that, you know, it's an understandable in.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they probably don't tell them what they're going to ask them to do. They probably only ask them to do as much as they're going to need them to know.
Yeah, no, the regular Jew would just know a little piece, but there's lots of, I mean, the main spying in the U.S. is Jew. People don't know Israel. That's the #1 spy threat to America. Because I think it was Jonathan Pollard, the worst spy of all time. He says all Jews have dual loyalty. And that's not true. Not all, but a lot do. When you start talking to Jewish friends, you realize a lot of them, they feel loyalty to Israel because it's been planted from young.
Ben Shapiro exposed that, I think, a lot.
So
a lot of Americans now understand the dual allegiance and why they shouldn't even have influence in American politics if they have allegiance to this place in the Middle East.
Yeah.
But I was going to ask you, like, what separates the CIA from a terrorist organization? Based off the way you described it,
dude. I mean, realistically, the only thing that separates it is the government backing, because the CIA has they have blown up thousands of civilians in foreign countries. They've done all the things you would call terrorist organizations for doing,
and going on news media or like entertainment sites and dispersing misinformation and propaganda and bullshit. You know, they have complete control, and they just delete the accounts of people that are not Nazis. And so the last 5 to 10 years, the only person that you've heard an opinion from is a Nazi. That's their plan. Their plan was to take over every fucking any screen and every person that's on it, make sure that they're a Nazi, a big-chinned Nordic Nazi. Here we are.
It's the same with
they did it.
Mossad.
Yeah.
Like, it's all just who is calling who the names, and information warfare, which is what intelligence agencies are all about. It's all based on that sort of like,
yeah, and this dude would fucking know.
Building of narratives, constructing of information warfare is all about creating words and using them carefully, and
Yeah. Sometimes you should be a little more careful though, Ian.
Antisemitism is one version.
Don't show your power so soon.
And free and fair elections, or a threat to our democracy, or even the word terrorists. Like, if you look at 9/11 and you look at all the interesting history about what the fuck happened on that day, which you can read about in FBI files and DEA files, like official government documents about Israeli involvement.
What about the FBI involvement too, though, huh? Yeah, what about the Nazi involvement? Oh, fuck me.
Churches, which why we've came to this.
And detained.
We're in, what was the town? Huge Zionist, friends of...
all of that was... So we have to look into 9/11 because that was a catalyst.
Here's another interesting spot. A lot of them were in, what was the town? It's in Florida.
Yeah, I did a whole stream on that. Those documents. It's a DEA.
2 of them were Mossad agents.
Yeah.
Running a whole bunch of moving companies that were doing a whole bunch of public information, public record, that say in the U.S. FBI files that are declassified that they detained a whole bunch of Israelis that were running a whole bunch of moving companies that were doing a whole bunch of suspicious stuff on 9/11, taking photos of the towers while they were burning, dancing, celebrating.
Dancing on the truck.
Some of them, one went back to Israel and said they were there to record it. And there's pictures. There was pictures of them dancing, celebrating. Later, our government took those pictures and wiped them out. So they're gone now.
2 of them were Mossad agents.
Yeah.
I just can't wait to see if Biden does drop out. I can't wait to see what Harry does. But no, of course that's what they're gonna do. Maybe. I mean, I could also just see them leaving him in there. Like, they don't give a fuck either way. Like,
Literally.
Yeah.
And that's all true. Like, they were questioned and detained for about 70 days. So none of this is crazy.
And they were released for we shipped them back despite they're dancing, filming, celebrating it.
Yep.
And then it goes bigger. There was a giant spy ring that was broken up of Israelis.
yeah, dude, I bet it was Paul Wysopal who let him go. I bet you, dude.
Yeah.
Between hundreds of thousands. They were posing as art.
Yeah, the art students. I did a
Blair, you just said, I think Larry Silverstein is related to Himmler. Just saw that. Look at them next to each other. Stop it. Dude, Larry Silverstein has one of the most punchable faces in history, dude. Sure, I believe it. Blair, is this just based on looks? I mean, why not? Yeah, for sure. Larry Silverstein is Himmler, confirmed. Prove me wrong, Larry. Come on. Damn, Blair, you're building this out real nice. Loving it. Thank you. All right, back to Ian Carroll's ass whooping.
Whole stream on that those documents. It's a DEA report all about them. It's crazy. They were posing as art students and walking into government buildings, like DEA buildings, trying to sell them artwork as like a way to get access. Like the stupidest ploy ever.
Yeah, there's also a small.
Yeah, dude, I mean, at this point, too, I'm, like, looking at, like, you can only be a billionaire like that. Like, you have to be a Nazi. So we can, at this point, just basically take anyone who's, like, uber successful and then basically go, yeah, they're probably uber mention, for sure. Ubermensch, yeah. You cannot be successful unless you are a Nazi. So that does most of the work for us. They're fucking Nazis. So yeah, Larry is someone. And the fact that Larry was so involved in 9/11, bro, that tells you right there. Like, yeah, I guarantee almost 95% guarantee that Larry Silverstein is the son of one of the high up SS. For sure. You have to be in order to be a billionaire. You have to be. Those are the rules now. Apparently. It's what it looks like. Lucian Graves, all these people, Nazis. You have to be a Nazi to be successful. That's the end of it. That's it. That's for sure. Yeah.
Small unit of explosive experts that were tied in with it.
Yep.
I mean, dude, look at how much, like, they don't let anyone be successful in this country unless you're a fucking Nazi. I think that's true. Like 1,000,000,000%. All these billionaires, Nazis. Dude, everything makes so much sense.
It goes crazy.
Surveillance experts.
And okay, here's another interesting spot. A lot of them were in, what was the town? It's in Florida.
Yeah, I forget the name of the town.
Same town where most of the hijackers were.
Yep.
That's that. Now that is a weird coincidence.
Yeah.
I mean,
Dude, I love Blair's alt mortal enemy is Himmler. Mine's Peter and HW. Everyone pick a mortal enemy, okay? And get to know every aspect of them and then tell me which fucking billionaire right now is their kid.
the mainstream, this is what everybody knows, is that the story that they sold us, that was definitely a lie.
100%.
You know, going into Iraq because of 12 Saudis makes no sense. The weapons of mass destruction, that was all a lie.
The anthrax was fabricated.
All of that was so
By Joseph Mengele.
we have to look into 9/11 because that was the catalyst that
Ian Carroll knows that, but he's hiding that because he's probably his fucking uncle.
determined that we were going to go into war in the Middle East.
I should clarify real quick. The anthrax wasn't fabricated. The anthrax was traced back to a CIA lab.
Yeah, Mengele's.
And it's anthrax is a very specific chemical that you can trace like that because you can only make it in certain places.
Yeah. So just real quick, there's a few more. We could go on, but not
go on for
the whole
ages.
hour. But the guy who leased it, what was it? Silverstein.
Yeah.
Also, he was a huge Zionist, friends of Netanyahu. He leased the building right before, took out a multi-billion-dollar.
He cashed out.
Special insurance policy that insured his buildings against plane crashes.
Like, dude, that I know Larry is super involved. So I was thinking about that the other day, actually, because I think when I was doing the Larry videos, I don't think I was there yet in you basically have to be a Nazi to be successful. But I was thinking about it yesterday. I was like, oh, I bet Larry is one of those dudes, or a couple days ago maybe. It's like, I bet Larry is one of those dudes that is like Bezos. I don't have any proof yet, but I know for a fucking fact, dude, that dude is a Nazi. He has to be. He had the most meteoric rise. Like, that company was just pissing money away until like 2 years ago. The only way you could do that is if you've got CIA backing, in my opinion. Like, that company had to succeed. That's the CIA shit. Yeah, Bezos Nazi, Bill Gates for sure a Nazi. I mean, he's doing half of the fucking, you know, he's doing like all the vaccination stuff and then buying up the checkerboard of the USA so they can just do, you know, squatters' rights when they kill us all. Like, I don't even get why they're doing that. Just, you're gonna kill us all. Just take it from us, dummy. He's like, no, I need the piece of paper to say that I got it all.
Interviews of him saying how great it was.
Like, these people are so proud of themselves for having the most money, and they literally only have it because it was given to them. Like, and they're propped up by intelligence. How embarrassing, dude. You've built nothing ever. Elon Musk has never built a thing. He couldn't build a fucking sandcastle, dude.
He happened to skip work that day for, I think he had a headache or something, and his entire family had like just weird excuses. Lots of the top Israeli people just happened to not be at work that way.
There was a whole bunch of stock.
Dude, I feel like Jake might be a big dummy who like doesn't, like, you might be able to talk sense into him. I feel like he's not a Nazi. I feel like he's like a dummy. You know, he's like a useful idiot. Should try and talk to Jake. Maybe you can get through. Like, I feel like he reminds me of kind of like what's the dude that's like friends with Jeff from Jeff's Barbershop? He's like friends with Logan Paul too, but I like him a little bit. Mike. He reminds me of Mike, where he like means well, but he's getting duped by this big white supremacist Nazi. We'll keep it in mind. Maybe I just feel bad because I was ripping on his Botox so hard, his surprise face.
Market trading that day, like right before it all happened.
Shorting the market,
Yep.
just like October 7th, there was major stock market shorting.
Yeah, bro, come on, keep thinking. Put the pieces together. Yeah, and then you've got this guy who's saying it's Jewish people, right? That sounds weird, right? What if it's Nazis? Like, dude, this guy I think would eat up the Nazi. Everyone would eat the fucking Nazi story up if they actually got to hear it. Dude, it's like the biggest. It is the greatest story not told. It's an incredible story. It's insane. Dude, they sent a 14-year-old boy over here in the 30s to no, before then. Wasn't he here in like wasn't he working for Tesla in like the early 1900s? I forget. But they send over a 14-year-old fucking boy, dude, who becomes the president, and then his son becomes president, and then he basically sets up drug trafficking shit to fucking fund his forever wars for the Nazis. He was sent here by Hitler. Personally. There's fucking pictures. Like, it is fascinating. It's an insane story. Like, people would care, but the CIA runs every algorithm and no one can fucking hear when you talk about it. So, and they'll eventually kill me. So, then you won't hear about it ever again. Hooray!
He said we could go about 9/11 the whole thing, but that's a few points people should look up.
I really think people underestimate how huge that is, because if you understand that Israel did 9/11, then your entire worldview should shift.
Yeah.
That was the catalyst that changed America's perception of the Middle East for years. It changed what we thought about foreign policy, what we thought about enemies.
Yep.
And now when you realize that it was internal and they lied about it, they intentionally killed 3,000 American civilians in order to go into war in the Middle East. Your entire worldview should change.
Yeah, I want to add, I wouldn't say were certain they did it. They were involved and knew. There could be
They allowed it to
involvement,
happen.
There could be Saudi involvement, but they were definitely involved.
And let's
that
unpack
happened.
one more piece of it too, because the thing that's so unbelievable about it is like, how could anyone justify doing that, right? And so sometimes you have to like step back and put yourself in their shoes and think it through. Is like, if you're a Dick Cheney, if you're a Netanyahu, if you're these people in power, it's like, can you imagine that you might look at the geopolitical space in the world and say like, there's so much evil in this world, and there's this rising threat in the Middle East, like Arab nationalism, like the global economic, like everything is complicated. And if we don't create a good strategy to defend Western values, we could be looking at millions of American deaths, right? We could be looking at
To defend, here's one thing that we could do to defend Western values: stay the fuck in America. Get all of our stupid asses back in this goddamn country where we're from, and stay the fuck here. Dude, it's crazy that we are just spread out all over the world enforcing the fucking... We're the police. We have bases in every country, dude. It's crazy. All to bully, essentially, everyone into staying in the fucking guardrails of capitalism. You stop capitalism, you stop a ship from moving, like Yemen, wartime. They're everywhere, man.
a Muslim wave of jihad that would take it, like, and so if you can construct that.
Yeah, Arab nationalism. Yeah. Like, dude, you're advocating for white nationalism. That's weird. Like, at least they're in their fucking country. And, dude, I can't blame them. Look at what we have been doing to them for the last 100 years. We go over there and fucking steal their oil every goddamn 10 years. We're literally doing... Stop hating yourself like the mean older brother.
That narrative in your mind, which Israel is very fond of constructing. Like, Israel is very aware that they hate Arabs and Muslims.
Oh, yeah.
And so there are...
Israel is just America. And America is just Nazis.
ways that you can justify it, and in your own mind, if you're a Dick Cheney,
because they're trying to separate. They're trying to be like, well, Israel's just doing whatever Israel wants to do, and it's because they're Jewish, and they're killing everyone because they're Jewish. But no, it's because they're Nazis and they're doing what America wants them to do. But the end play here is that the Nazis escape persecution once again. By persecution, I mean they escape the consequences of their actions because they're setting this up to all be put on Jewish people. And not America, but it's fucking America, dude.
or if you're a George Bush, if you're a whatever Israeli people were behind this, they can come to a worldview where it's justifiable to kill a few thousand Americans in order to save so many more from a greater threat.
It's crazy what you're saying, but it's true, man. It's so insane what you're saying, but I think it's true.
Where do you get most of your research? I see your shirt. You have the ANC report.
Yeah, awesome shirt. I was
from
noticing
Ryan
that.
Dawson.
Dude, Ryan Dawson is the GOAT. He's been through a lot.
He gave me this, what do you call it, the map in Japan. And now, see, I didn't even know he made shirts from it. So, I mean, he does a lot of...
Yeah, Ian conflates Jewish people with Zionists. And, dude, even Jake doesn't. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Jake doesn't... It feels like Jake knows that it's Zionism, and he keeps going back to Zionism. But I think that Ian, and this is the way they want to muddy the water. Like, he isn't saying Jewish people over and over. He said it right at the top, super hard, right? Like, so regular people who are watching this whole time, this whole hour and 5 minutes, they're thinking, oh yeah, it's the Jewish people. They say another bad thing. They say 9/11. Oh yeah, it was the Jewish people too. Yeah. It's Zionists, and that's what Ian wants to confuse the most. He wants everyone to think Jewish people when they should be thinking Zionists, right?
Where his brain is like an encyclopedia of this information. Where do you get most of your research?
I get almost all of mine from public sources because my thing is that I don't want to give information that other people cannot check for themselves. And so in a podcast setting like this, it's just my word. But in all my content, I try to put my sources on the screen directly while I'm talking with like the URL or the titles so that anyone can just Google what I'm looking at and find it for themselves. Because the whole point is that media is controlled by certain groups.
Yeah.
And, you know,
Jews.
yeah, well, yeah, Israel.
Yeah.
And if they don't, if
Jake Shields, we liked you for a minute, buddy.
if you can't check it for yourself, there's a step missing, and everyone should start doing that because in the modern day, you're responsible for your own info.
And dude, everything is run by Zionists.
Sorry, videos. I fact checked everything, but then I started trusting you. I always do that, and I first stumble across something I'm unsure. I fact checked them. After a couple of videos, I saw you're always telling the truth. So
yeah, and that exactly. That's why they get a year ahead of it, right? They say, oh, in about November 2024, about a year after we do our own attack, like October 7th. So we should get Ian in there around 2023, get a good year for everyone to think that he tells the truth, and then boom, a year later, he's fucking lying. That's exactly what they're planning on.
I don't fact check all your stuff, but everyone should always do that.
Yeah.
Do you talk about this on TikTok? I'm surprised you haven't been banned. If you
I come pretty fucking close, and
Oh yeah, but I'm doing exactly what the CIA wants me to do, so nope, never been banned, never will be.
no, I don't talk about this as much. So I blew up on TikTok because I was like coming down to BlackRock owns everything, and then I was going through grocery store aisles and look at products and realizing like, fuck, BlackRock owns all these products too, and like they don't literally, but as I started to get deeper and deeper into,
And let me guess, BlackRock is Jewish people? All Jewish people own BlackRock, right? Or is it Nazis and Mormons who are Nazis? When I say Mormons, assume that I'm also saying Nazi too, because they are. Their religion literally states that they are national white Zionists. So they're Nazis. No matter what they say, no matter what they think, no matter what level they are of their religion, they are Nazis. And they should know that. Truly. Like, they all need to leave their religion. If it's a real religion, you can practice it at fucking home, okay? I practice my meditation at home. That feels more real than tithing 10% to a bunch of kid diddlers. So, you should get into meditation. Seems kind of tight. I'm already into it, so maybe you'll find some peace too.
better and better answers, and like getting into like, oh, the CIA is a big part of understanding the world, and then like, oh fuck, Mossad is a big part of understanding the world. That's when I started to get strikes on everything, talking about Jeffrey Epstein and stuff like that, and that's when I had to branch out. And now I'm hovering at like 2 strikes, and none of this kind of stuff goes there.
Question real quick: who owns BlackRock?
Larry Fink. Actually, BlackRock.
You don't even get banned until you get like 10 strikes. Ask someone who's actually been banned. Ian Carroll. You big liar. Getting 2 strikes, dude. I get 2 strikes for fucking... Dude, all of the strikes, because I took a screenshot when I got banned. All of the strikes, literally all of them, were all bullshit, you know? It's like... They're just such cheaters, man. It's so pathetic.
was founded by 5 Jewish people. You know, they're still all involved.
It's funny, I think they're all in your shirt too on the Epstein map.
Yeah, some of them are.
Yeah, people don't realize how
some of them
evil
are.
Black.
And so it's the Judaism is telling them to do this, right?
BlackRock is.
Is that what you're insinuating?
Financial company in the world. They're the ones pushing the DIA. They're the ones pushing all the weird stuff, a lot of the gay stuff, the tranny stuff. Like, how is that in a financial benefit?
Wait, the gay stuff and the tranny
These
stuff.
are not our
Jewish people are pushing gay and tranny stuff? What the hell?
friends.
Can you explain
Damn.
ESG, because it's
Jake's onto some shit that I'm not. Fuck.
the last day of Pride Month?
ESG is in what's the actual acronym stand for?
Environmental, social
governance. Yeah. And the whole point is to incentivize corporations to be more diverse or more more woke, essentially, right? And
More gay inclusive, because when you say diverse, you really just mean less white people.
Yeah, more brown inclusive, more whatever. Like to not hire based
Anything
upon.
Dude, look at your TikTok feed and tell me if you have an issue with having white people on your feed. Tell me. Dude, I feel like it's very blatant and obvious now, so much that like every influencer, every actor, like they're all so white. So white. And then like it feels like so blatant, dude. Like, come on.
White people, especially men.
Yeah, and certainly don't hire based on merit. Hire based upon like. You know,
I don't want to hear a fucking nepo baby. I gotta find out who his dad is. I know it's someone, bro. It's someone for sure.
you know.
If you're a black female.
Yeah.
But they never push us with Jewish people. You know, they say equity. Look at Biden's cabinet. It's all Jews, no white people.
Yep.
So equity doesn't apply to Jews. It applies to everyone else.
Yeah. A lot of people don't understand that. I had these debates with, they call themselves the FBAs, the fundamental black Americans. They don't even understand the difference between a Jew and a white person.
Yeah, they don't. It's not the white people that are winning. It's the Jews that get put in all these powerful
It's a different
positions.
ethnicity.
Like,
Well-
how many white people are in Biden's cabinet? Probably not very many.
Well, it's you might notice too that like depending on the situation, Jewish people will either identify.
This dude went on this podcast. Dude, like, I mean, he is okay with being on this podcast. Dude, that conversation happens across a table from me that I'm on a thing, like, publicly. I'm running. I just ran away. What the fuck did you guys just say? I gotta go. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck. I just spilled my coffee all over my pants. Like, and without a beat, he's like, yeah.
Identify as white if if
go
it's
undercover.
convenient,
Yeah,
or they
yeah.
won't. And it's like,
Dude, you're right. Yeah, he showed his fucking ass with this, bro. Showed your power so hard, brother. Oh, man. It's beautiful. Oh, fucking ad break. But yeah, I don't know. What are we going to do with this guy, you know? Yeah, I don't know, guys. I think, like... Man, we were cooking on that account, too. We were going to hit 8K by the end of this week. We were going back to having playlists. We almost had playlists again, dude. Oh, thanks for the gift, anonymous gifter. Appreciate you. Yeah, man, I don't know. Is everyone back? Yeah, hiding in plain sight, but it's getting pretty loud. That's honestly that's what's like keeping me, you know, part of me wanted to be really upset, but I even from the, like, I took this in stride today. I could have fucking ruined my life, right? But I mean, whatever. All I thought of was, God damn it, I'm fucking right. That's all I could think of. It wasn't until like 2 hours after that I was like, fuck, man, this sucks. I hate losing my fucking account. Dude, I had a panda video that I didn't fucking post yet. I had a fucking, and it was, oh, dude, it was so cute. Dude, fuck them. Pathetic losers. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, no. I just mean, like, but, like, even just personally at home, I wanted to just, like, fucking have a cry, but I was like, no, this just means that I'm fucking right, man. It sucks that I'm gonna have to build up another stupid fucking account, but I don't know. I'm still fingers crossed. I asked Synthara to do if she can do anything to try, and then I'm still like, dude, a lot of my videos I appeal and I win. So, but it's been a while now. If the appeal would have gotten, or if I would have won the appeal, I probably would have won it by now. But I'm still holding out a little bit of hope that I get it back, you know. And it doesn't matter. Like, I can make all that shit. I mean, I have all the videos. They're not. I don't have them all organized in a nice folder like I have all my CatDad. Dude, the last time I got banned, I did it. I only lost one video because the day before I had my wife fucking down there. She has like this plug-in thing or third-party thing that lets you download your entire library without the watermark or whatever. So the day before OOB sniped my ass, I have the whole record, but this time I don't. But I save every single video right before I post it because I know that there's like a 90% chance I'm going to lose my video. And the only one that I didn't say, dude, for like the last year, right before I post, I always save. I've done that for every single video. And I fucking did not, just for the stupid one that got me banned. I was so pissed, man. Like, I think I just was, like, I was overjoyed this morning when I saw that Ian was on this podcast, because it's another thing where I'm like, this is so obvious he's a fucking Nazi. Maybe everyone else will see it finally. But let's be real. We live in America. Everyone's going to gloss over this, and then somehow I'm going to be the problem. But I was like ecstatic because he's fucking shown how much of a Nazi he is. And then I must have just posted it. Because I never, ever don't hit the save button, dude. So I didn't have that one saved. So, but I have my fingers crossed, dude. We might get it back. Come on. Have faith, right? I did my gateway right before this, and I put it out into the fucking the source, or the firmament or whatever everyone calls it. I put it out there, man. I'm manifesting that I get that fucking account back. You guys, if you guys want to help, do it, please. Right? So I haven't lost faith. And, dude, honestly, I feel like all this does is give me more and more and more credibility. You know what I mean? Like, I have a very good, small, tight-knit crew, you know? Like, I know that I'm not gonna fucking disappear into the ether. Like, but yeah, so... It's a small loss right now, but it's a bigger win for us overall, I think, because we know we're so fucking right now, right? Like, dead on. We know that. I was 5% less positive about this before I got banned. Now I'm 905% all in. Ian is a Nazi. With my full fucking chest. He is a Nazi. Look at him. He wants to have his fucking mustache this short, dude. I know it. I can see it on him. National Zionist Ian Carroll.
And when I was growing up, I didn't realize any of this stuff, so I would have just assumed, I would have
Carroll's a girl's name, you know that? Ian.
called every Jewish person white because their skin was white. I didn't,
too.
I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Yeah.
Well, it's like they have dual citizenship with their ethnicity too. Not just their allegiance to countries, but they have dual citizenship with their race. Because Mark Cuban's a like really public financial guy or whatever. That's not his last name. His last name is
like, why is this guy famous? Why does this guy have a show? This dude is a nothing. He's a nothing burger person. He looks like a goof. He looks like a cartoon character. And that's coming from a dude calls himself the Knitted Anus. He looks like a cartoon character. He's a goofball. Why does he have a show? Like, this is the most fed shit, dude. I'm so glad that I started creating content because, dude, I've been wondering for years, why the fuck all these losers get pushed up? It's because they're feds and kids of feds, without a doubt. All of them.
like Finkelstein or something like that, but he goes Cuban because he lives in Florida. He wants to go undercover as a white Florida guy. You look at Jonah Hill. His real name is Jonah.
Yeah, the Masons do give their kids opposite names, right? Because they're actually the ones like they say that. I feel like the Masons are intentionally trying to do weird like stuff with like all the stuff that they blame, like just like this, where they blame everything on Jewish people. It feels like all of the stuff that they throw at trans people and say that you're like, oh, you're messing with our culture or whatever. I feel like it's actually like the Masons, right? Don't they do that kind of stuff all the time? Like they're obsessed with it. Dude, maybe that's the thing with like, you know, like Barbara Bush, you know, and like Kissinger's wife, you know, those allegations. Like, dude, isn't it like yeah, it's like Masons that are weird, that fuck with, they're like gender, they want to fuck with gender, right? Yeah, I'm not sure. So I still don't understand the full thing yet, but I feel like at the top, it's like the Rothschilds, right? It's like there's these families that are individually fighting for family power, right? And I think they're the top, and it's, you know, the thing that you've heard is like the 12 families or whatever. So the ones that are ruining our lives currently are like the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. And I think the Rockefellers are just, they're Rothschilds, but they're like the American version of the Rothschild. Like it's almost like they exile. It's like Game of Thrones, right? It's like a behind closed doors Game of Thrones that we haven't been privy to. But I heard that the Rockefellers were like excommunicated out of the UK and sent to America, but they were Rothschilds and they made like a new line, right? That's what I heard anyway. But it's like it's like an Illuminati blood lineage thing that they're like obsessed with. And the more and more I learn about this Annunazi shit, the more I'm like, they are probably traced back to some of those original people that the Annunazis made or whatever. So they think they're special, I'm guessing. And then under them is the Nazis. I think of them kind of as just like the lapdogs. They're like the workers, essentially, for the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds don't work, obviously. None of those families work. The king and queen of England, they don't work. You know, all those royalty types, they don't fucking work, dude. So they get their dogs to work, which are the Nazis. And then the Nazis can be anyone that is a Zionist. America, Germany, doesn't matter, you know? Henry Ford, Nazi. Disney, Nazi. Anyone who fucked with the Nazis, Nazi. And then, yeah, under that is just like all the dum-dums that then the Nazis run and own everything. And then they, you know, they use the propaganda and the news and the media and everything to get, like, I would say 75% of the fucking population being Nazis just by surrounding them with Nazi shit all the time. And a lot of them probably don't know better. They're kind of stupid. And then there's some of us who are awake and understand that this is not okay and that they are Nazis and we don't fuck with them, right? So yeah, I think it's these Rothschild bloodline royal families that think that they're special, controlling the Nazis, and then they let the Nazis, you know, have their freaky, like, it seems like they're all weird P-word, genocide, psychopath, narcissists who get off on torturing people, so the Rothschilds give them the ability to torture and be awful to people. I don't know. So I think that's about what it is, right? And then the Mormons are Nazis. Like Nazis to me are like a lot of people. And And I think they should be considered Nazis because I think Nazis are like the best thing that we have going for us to use against them because they are Nazis. And most people hate Nazis if they sit and fucking think for 5 seconds. Because I wonder, were they even, do you think that they were going to come out at a certain point, like in 20 years, and be like, hey guys, this was all a big ruse. We were actually Nazis, but like it's been so long, right? You're not going to do anything about it, right? They'll never do that, right? Like this feels so cowardly and like it really does feel pathetic. Like they took over the country and the world with trickery and deceit. And you think that you're like a badass? They think that they're like fucking hard ass humans, like they're the fucking toughest men. Like, dude, you're just the most conniving. You are so conniving that everyone literally thinks that no one could be as conniving as you, and no one believes that you are as conniving as you are. That's not a thing to be proud of. That's horrific, dude. I couldn't live with that. It's embarrassing, dude. Dude, they are embarrassing.
Jonah Hill, Feldstein, they don't want to be publicized that they.
I feel like the Gen Z Lebensborn are going to drop the ball so hard on this Nazi plan. I feel like they're just going to be like, this sucks. And there's nope out of it. Except for Harry. Harry's the most try-hard Gen Z. Try-hard Gen Z Nancy.
Extremely Jewish because then people are like, oh, well, this is why you have these connections. This is why you have all this money. They'd rather go undercover.
Well, it's a conspiracy theory to say that Jewish people run whole industries or that Jewish people would ever work together. So obviously, like, I mean, how could you even say that? That's just a fucking conspiracy thery.
It is crazy how many of them change their names. That's when I started seeing that.
Yeah.
Another moment that was a what the fuck moment for me was when someone sent me a list of all the all the white people that write books bashing white people and anti-white, and then showed me they were all Jewish. I'm like, wow.
And then that's pushing abortion and pushing sexual promiscuity, pushing the.
Oh, and Canna Queen. Yeah, I think the not like Ian is planning on he is playing the long game, I think. I think that's what this whole first like year was. And same with Eddie, like this I think is his turning point. Like he can't go back after this. You know what I mean? It's like I feel like, you know, who are good examples of other people who've done this? I feel like every once in a while this happens all the time where people turn on. I mean, Elon did it where he's like, you know, he was a fake leftist. It's literally the Elon playbook where like, dude, leftists were the only people buying his stupid cars and then he turned on them. But yeah, this is that's the long con. And I like it doesn't matter. He duped me. I used to message with him all the time. I used to really love him. This is what gets me the most mad is that I really looked up to these people. And dude, I like talked to Ian is the one who got me on not Miro, but before I was on Miro, I was on Obsidian and I used that all the time. And I owed it to him because he used it and showed, you know. So it's not just, you know, it doesn't mean it's not like your fault that he duped you, you know. It's not saying anything about you. He's being deceitful. He's trying to dupe you, you know. So it's not like he duped me. He duped everyone. I'm sure everyone liked his videos, but he was intentionally withholding this, right? And now it seems pretty clear that he's going down the fucking it's Jewish people's fault. Because I feel like he's even more blatant with it. Like Jake Shields is feels like one of those dumb guys that has heard a couple Jewish jokes and says them sometimes and doesn't realize that he's like being a dumbass, but he is a dumbass, you know? I don't feel like he's as like Ian scares me because he's one of those people that knows better, I think, and he's smarter than he's a smart guy and he knows that he has to like hide that aspect of himself and now he's showing it. It's like, you know, when people can hide themselves for a year, that's scary to me. Like, And yeah, they do it intentionally because they know that it's just like he said. I fact checked your first few videos and then I saw that you were always telling the truth. That's what they want. Tika Maloom, Carrie Evans, put on TikTok just for OOB, just for when OOB comes back, or was gonna run. So they say, oh, in like 5 months we're gonna fucking run the scam. We need some agents in here that people can get behind. The second they're done with OOB and they can't get any more money, all those people disappear. Watch. Like, yeah, they play the long game. Yeah.
The feminism movement in America, who wrote Friends and these TV shows that told people that date a lot in their 20s.
Porn, most of the porn.
Almost the whole porn industry. I mean, it's well known in the porn industry that
he wrote he wanted to do it to destroy Christian values in Western, and he wanted to push filth on them.
But now is a good time to circle back around and remember that like a lot of Jewish people are actually the greatest allies of the Palestinians. People like Dave Smith, comedian, great guy, like Norman Finkelstein, fucking goat of speaking up for Palestinians.
He's a legend.
And so it's like it's not just Jewish people. It's like there's this very powerful Jewish mafia that dates back to the Rothschild family and
it's not just Jewish people. He didn't say it's not Jewish people. He said it's not just Jewish people. It's the Jewish mafia too. This guy. We hear you, Ian.
Probably before,
we know
and they
what
have
words
just
mean.
infiltrated so many aspects of Jewish culture, and the Jewish people that see that and call it out are like legends. Holy shit, we need them, right?
Yeah, some of my favorite people are like
I know, dude. What did Jewish people actually fucking do? I really don't. I think that they're just all like, it feels like they're always just the scapegoat, right? It's just the tactic. They say every 80-year cycle, the new people that don't know that we blame everything on Jewish people won't know that we're going to blame it on Jewish people. Like, it's just like every 80 years, they do a big Ponzi scheme, which is America, and then they got to blame it on someone, and they have to do a war to destroy all the evidence, So, yeah, it feels like that. What up, Fizz? Did you hear we got our account deleted today by Ian Carroll? So we're talking about him all day.
Glenn Greenwald.
Because we said he's a Nazi because he came on this show and acted like a Nazi. And because he is a Nazi. And he came on Sneako's show and then he posted about it. He admitted he went on Sneako's show in public. And he let him post this.
They're ballsy. They're
100%.
calling out. They're being like, it's not anti-Semitism to call it.
Yeah, Ian canceled this clothing company. He's fully outed himself as a Nancy. He's blaming everything on the Jewish mafia. Don't worry though. He said it's not just Jewish people doing this. It's also the Jewish mafia.
And they have so much more on the line.
It's not.
This is really, really weird that they are saying all the things except for that Israel and CIA are actual Nazis. Yeah, right? Like, I mean, that's the big secret. That's the big secret that no one can know. Yeah. But now that like we know it, I can never unknow it. Like, I will never unsee it. The FBI and the CIA are all Nazis, bro. It's true. Special agent in charge of Pulse nightclub. Who was it? Nazi Paul Wysopal. Reinhard Heydrich's son, in my opinion. Dude, and yeah, what is Ian Carroll getting paid? What do you think? Dante said 400,000 today, and I feel like it's not even that. All I know is I would never, ever. These people will sell their soul for $1, dude. A nickel they would do it for.
The Jews, it's this network of Jewish mafia. We need to start distinguishing that better, I think.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's go. Dude, Jake Shields.
Shit, we need them, right?
Yeah, some of my favorite people are like Glenn Greenwald, Dave Smith. These guys are ballsy. They're
100%.
calling out. They're being like, it's not anti-Semitism to call it Israel.
And
That's
they have
why we
so
need to
much
be
more
very
on the
clear.
line.
It's not the Jews. It's this network of Jewish mafia. We need to start distinguishing that better, I think.
Yeah.
But we could also just drop the word Jewish, but Ian, I think, is very hung up on that word because otherwise we might find out that it's a Nazi mafia. And that Nazi mafia is actually called the Central Idiot Association.
I mean, it's hard to do.
I'm a little.
It's hard to do. He's like, I'm going to fuck this up, guys. Sorry, just saying in advance. Look at this side eye. He's like, oh, shit. This fucking pussy's talking about not blaming it on Jewish people? What the fuck? Dude, this is the most perfect podcast I've ever seen.
Because you said that you're not really conservative. You're kind of center, like liberal leaning.
He's Tim Pooling us. Dude, he's fucking Tim Pooling us right now. Dude.
When you seek the truth and you follow the money and you see like how they
He's like, I'm just a free thinker. I'm just a free thinker telling you that what the CIA told me, the Central Idiot Association wanted me to tell you guys, was don't look at the Nazis, guys. They're all dead. It's Jewish people.
they use like you even talk about the CIA.
I mean, it's not just Jewish people. It's also the Jewish mafia.
These guys are like doing gay butt sex rituals in order to get power.
Yep.
When you learn this stuff, how can you not go further right?
Dude, I love how much how homophobic Sneako is. Like, dude, what is going on in your life that you're this homophobic? You know what I mean? What is it? What is usually the case? Do you have conflicting feelings? It's okay, Sneako. It's okay, little sneaky guy. Love yourself, brother. You gotta stop being so mean to yourself. Oh yeah, I forgot. I've got to start using Blair or Team Tinchert come in my ass. The CIA, the come in my ass agency.
Happened to me.
I did. I was raised liberal and I grew up in Washington State.
Same.
And then I swung pretty hard to the right once I
joined the Central Idiot Come in My Ass Association.
I just realized how much of that was all lies.
Yeah.
And I think I've swung back left just because like I
See? This is a leftist. This is a leftist, guys. Look at him. See? He looks like one. He has long hair. He has long, sleek hair like a cool leftist. I want to see what's under that 3/4 inch sleeve. Or that 3/4 sleeve. Wait, what's it called? What are those shirts called? Under the baseball tee. You got any tats you're hiding up there? You got any WPs or anything weird like that? Prove it. Show me. Here, look, I don't. I have Wisconsin and a key that's blown out because I went and got it at fucking St. Mark's and when I was like 22. Dumbass. Blew the whole tattoo out. What an idiot. But I kind of like it actually. It looks like it's got it bled. I'll get something around it sometime. And then you won't see that it's blown out.
I think that I inherently see the need for balance, not in what
Yeah, and that Wisconsin on my arm right there. And then I put the dots of where I lived and stuff. It's Madison, and I'm from Kenosha. Where fucking, what's his face? Wait, why am I forgetting his big dumb ass? Kyle Rittenhouse.
what today's liberalism is, but in the like, for
Old school
example,
liberalism,
yeah, exactly. Like conservatives, like less regulation, don't fuck with me. But like liberals are like, there's sometimes you need regulation. Like when you have big corporations, you
Blair said, I don't know if we watch this right now, but this is about Paul's dad. Reinhard Heydrich. Hell yeah, we'll watch this after. The Butcher of Prague, an Operation Anthropoid. Yeah, he was supposed to have gotten killed on that mission, or that operation. 2 Czech guys, I think. There's a Cillian Murphy movie about it. Dude, Cillian Murphy is going to be fucking pissed when he finds out that that dude that he did that movie about, it's all bullshit. Dude, that's a good route to go. I feel like Cillian Murphy is one of those guys that if you like found out how to write a letter to him, I feel like he would read every one. You know what I mean? Would Cillian Murphy be upset if he found out that his frickin' the character that he played that died a horrific death but was super brave, and he supposedly killed Reinhard Heydrich? Don't you think he'd be a little upset to find out that Reinhard Heydrich didn't die and that movie was bullshit?
should regulate.
Cillian Murphy has to be the only decent actor in history, okay? We are holding out hope for Cillian Murphy. That's it. Pinky promise. Come on, Cillian. Himmler did his eulogy, probably sobbing like a little bitch in German the whole time. His best little Nazi friend got wrecked by the Czechs. Dude.
Those bitches.
I really hope that Reinhard Heydrich is dead and died then. I hope he's not Paul's dad, but what do we think the odds really are that he's not Paul's dad? I mean, dude, how else do you do the fucking Oklahoma City bombing and then become an FBI agent and not give a fuck? I could see it if your dad was Reinhard Heydrich. Right? That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
When you have private citizens, no, they should be free as fuck. Like, bounce.
Yeah, we should ban all lobbying, all corporate PAC money. That's
He had children before he was assassinated. We got to see them. What do they look like?
Liberal stance, but I think that's part of the problem. That's how Israel controls America. That's how Big Pharma controls America. That's how they're fucking us. So I don't call myself liberal conservative, but I guess I lean conservative as well.
And right now, because it used to be when I was young, it was that the let's say the military industrial complex, the Israeli complex, all these, they were using the conservative side of the world to control America. They were buying the conservative side. It's like the George Bush presidency during the Iraq War. And so from growing up in a liberal household, it was easy to look up and be like, the conservatives are controlled, they're bought, they're evil. But they realized at a certain point, somewhere around Obama, that liberal values in a modern world with technology and everything, liberal values are way easier to
Wait, I just saw this link from Blair real quick. Rebuilding the Reich. Jonathan Glacy examines the theory that Himmler cheated death in SS1, the unlikely death of Heinrich Himmler by Hugh Thomas. Conspiracy theories concerning the fate of former Nazi German leaders are 10 a penny. A penfig? Is that what a German penny is? Did Martin Bormann, Hitler's secretary, live to a ripe old age somewhere in South America? Yes. Are we sure it was the Fuhrer's corpse that was burned by AIDS in the courtyard of the Reich Chancellery as the Red Army stormed Berlin in May 1945? No, it wasn't. It was one of his body doubles, yeah. And what about Himmler? Is it just possible that the scrawny middle-aged man in glasses who committed suicide at the British camp at Lejeune was... Wait, oh my god, the stories that he killed himself at... He was in Britain at Camp Lejeune? Or Lüneburg? In Britain? Dude, that means that he was already working for MI5. Dude, shut the fuck up. None of these people are dead. Yeah, dude, you're fucking right. All right, Blair's onto it. Larry Silverstein, more like Larry Himmler, am I right? Is it just possible that the was in fact a stand-in for the feared SS Reichsfuhrer, that Himmler himself, who as late as May 5th had claimed that he, for one, would never commit suicide, had somehow slipped out of the fatherland and set out on some not-so-vainglorious quest to set up a secret Fourth Reich? Well, he was successful. Guess what? Dude, none of these people would kill themselves. The only person that, like, out of all of these people that have killed themselves, the only person who would kill themselves is Anthony Bourdain. He would have done it in the most glorious way. He would not have hung himself, but none of these pussy-ass bitches would have ever killed themselves. These Nazis? No way. Dude, they're such bitches. No way. So I know none of them are dead. No way. You can see them. Wait. Well, maybe, possibly, perhaps, anything is possible. After all, in the breathless aftermath of World War, certain physical details of the dead man at Lüneburg do seem different from Himmler's. You can see them in the studious photos reproduced in this book. One nostril is larger than the other, whereas Himmler's were symmetrical. The corpse didn't appear to sport a dueling scar, which means that unless the dead man was wearing makeup, popular among senior Nazis, he wasn't the son born to Anna and Dr. Gebhard Himmler on October 7th. Hugh Thomas is a surgeon and forensic expert of international repute, says the blurb to this dense, fascinating, yet ultimately bothersome book. The first book, The Murder of Rudolf Hess, caused a worldwide furor. Oh, this book is also... It's also like 20 years old, so maybe it's on archive. SS1, The Unlikely Death. Nope. The Murder of Rudolf Hess? Oh, that book's here. Ooh. He has another book called The Tale of Two Murders that's about... Who is it about? Hess and who? Hess and... I don't know. I'm going to favorite this, though, and add it to my list. Check it. Hugh Thomas. We'll add it to CIA because it's Nazi. The Murder of Rudolf Hess. Dude, I love the scans that still have the, like, the library thing. Borrow for 1 hour, baby. Says that there's photos at 150. Let's go. 5:45 p.m. May 10th, 1941. Hess's plane takes off. Note absence of auxiliary fuel tanks. Photographed by his adjutant Pinch. Oh, and they say that the plane must have swapped or something, I think, because he's saying that, look, it's got these extra, fuel tanks or whatever. But the plane that he took off on did not have that shit. Dude, I'm going to have to read this book too. Hess has his helmet buttoned up before his last flight. The serial number of Hess's plane, 352652. With the long evening shadows falling at his side, Hess confers on the tarmac at Augsburg before takeoff. After the crash, the main fuselage section showing the markings NJ and OQ, the twisted remains of the guns from the aircraft, why were they packed with grease? The wreckage under guard in Scotland. The pilot in the cockpit has a gap between his two middle teeth. The prisoners at Nuremberg had none. A prisoner at Nuremberg. Dude, let's go. Dude, every fucking Nazi survived. Everyone, man. Rudolf Hess was supposed to be one of the few that was killed, right? He didn't die. Hell yeah. All right, I can't wait to read this. Can't wait to get doppelgangers. He wrote it. Oh, this is the one. Nice. Here, I'll share it. And then if you guys go in, if you click on that, or if you guys go click on the link and you want that other book too, if you just click here on his name, Thomas W., it'll take you back to that. And then if you make an account, then you can borrow it for an hour and you can read this. Here, watch. Reincarnate. Dude, this book I think I might actually have to read. The Vengeful Chameleon. This book took over a quarter of a century to research. As a result, the deceased now outnumber the living witnesses. My especial thanks to the only medical witness to the suicide, Captain Clement Wells, and his family, particularly Mrs. Judy Crawford, for their generosity in affording me this key evidence in difficult circumstances. I'm grateful to the consultant forensic surgeon who conducted the second post-mortem. Dude, we're going to have to read this. Yes. This is good. Okay. The central thesis of Thomas's book and the evidence for it is vivid, is that Himmler was attempting to set up a Fourth Reich outside the boundaries of Hitler's Germany. Quite aware that Germany had effectively lost the war as early as 1943, Thomas's Himmler set about channeling the Croatian riches amassed by the SS and pro-Nazi German finance and industry into Swiss and South American bank accounts. An FBI OSS report of November 1944, written by Senator Harley M. Kilgore and backed by the U.S. Treasury and State Departments, noted, the German aggressors have begun to pursue the strategy which they found successful a quarter of a century ago. They are already deploying their economic wares throughout the world in preparation for a third attempt at world domination, which of course appeared to happen from the 1950s when the Federal Republic's economic miracle astounded the nations that had borne the brunt of the fighting against Hitler, Himmler, and the rest of their vile crew. Thomas piles up a massively detailed case suggesting that Nazi money exported as safe financial havens in the late stages of the Second World War was, to a previously underplayed extent, responsible for Germany's rise to economic power in the decade following Hitler's downfall. Duh. And then they just put the Nazis back in charge. And everyone now is like, why are there Nazis just being out in the open in Germany? Well, it's because the Nazis never stopped running everything. Well, maybe, perhaps, possibly, to his credit, Thomas uses these diffusing words frequently in a book that might otherwise overstretch the imagination and, in turn, credit Himmler with too much intelligence and insight. His portrait of Himmler is, in fact, the best part of SS1, which suffers from being 3 books in one. There's an excellent mini-biography of Himmler, a Byzantine analysis of the links between Nazi and international finance during the war, and a forensic examination of the corpse that may or may not have been that of the Reichsfuhrer. The description of Himmler's childhood and youth is compelling. The man of quiet, unemotional gestures, a man without words, was fastidious and possessed of a phenomenal memory. He kept a daily diary recording everything that happened to him. He put these skills to chilling use when he began to wipe out Europe's Jews and gypsies, communists and homosexuals. Everything the SS did was planned and recorded fastidiously. No one escaped the Reichsfuhrer's eyes, beady behind those infamous rimless glasses. Everyone needed to be watched, especially Paula Stozel, his elder brother's pretty and flirtatious fiancée. Disapproving of sexy women, shortly before he joined the Nazi Party, the puritanical young Himmler employed a private detective to follow Stozel. He made the couple's lives so fraught that the engagement was called off. What a freak, dude. Of course, he is a freak. Himmler went on to become a lot creepier and a lot more dangerous, although he did marry, losing his virginity at the age of 28, to a nurse 7 years his senior, who thought those rimless glasses, she persuaded him to wear them, rather fetching. It's just this sort of near forensic detail that makes Thomas's book worthwhile. I'm reading this for sure now. Quick as a blitzkrieg, the bloodless young man is Reichsfuhrer SS in 1929, aged 28. The title SS1 refers to Himmler's position as head of the Schutzstaffel. It was also the license plate of his BMW staff car. According to Joseph Goebbels, except for Hitler, no one is entirely without fear of Himmler. No one? German businesses certainly appears to have gone along with him. So too did business interests in Washington, London, and Zurich. If there had been some shady Allied agreement to allow Himmler to escape the wrath of the Nuremberg trials and set up shop elsewhere while pretending that he had committed suicide, then it had surely been abandoned by May 1945. Himmler, the SS, and German big business may have been in cahoots with elements in Wall Street and City of London. Britain's royal family, with its shareholding in German companies, was also that bit too close to him. Prince Christopher Mountbatten says Thomas was on Himmler's staff. Yet, ultimately, the SS Reichsfuhrer was surely too ghastly to be acceptable at the international business and banking community. Nope, that's not true. You guys don't understand how disgusting these people are, how depraved they are. They love this shit. They probably fucking let him be the king of their stupid little bohemian club or whatever. It's true that the British dug up the corpse for re-identification, and it's true that several members of British intelligence, Kim Philby among them, were not immediately convinced that Himmler was dead. Yet, if he weren't, we surely would have heard something by now, wouldn't we? No! Dude, yeah. Oh, Himmler fucking for sure survived. Dude, this book is gonna be good. Wait, where'd I put it? There. He said that this, what did you say? This book has surgical precision with the details? I love that. Dude, this is going to be good. Okay, sweet. Let's keep watching Sneako's dumbass.
And more powerful to control people's minds, because you can create these mind viruses for the greater goods.
By appealing to emotion and feelings.
And conservatives are inherently immunized against the greater good because the whole point is like individual liberty. But the moment you go liberal, it's like, no, we should all work together and band together, and like, you know, welfare as a concept is like we should all work together and pool our resources in order to uplift those that are.
And he's like, and I'm here to make sure that no leftists are ever successful in doing this, because I will fuck your group up at a certain point, because I am an infiltrator fed. This dude would have fucking infiltrated the Black Panthers if he could have back in the day. Like, that's exactly the same the same group that went and assassinated Fred Hampton and fucking MLK and JFK are the ones running Ian. Okay? Just so everyone's clear.
Less advantaged, which is, you know, a perfectly legitimate idea when done correctly. But if you then take that idea and you apply it to like, well, we're all hurting the climate, and so we should regulate your carbon usage, but not mine, then that will be for the greater
they all
good.
have private jets, people saying
exactly. And so they switched sides. And so right now, because the power structure is built out of the liberal, you know, power base, I think that's why so many of us are swinging conservative, because we look up and we're like, wow, this liberal shit is bullshit.
Well, for me, I considered myself a new conservative, but then it really switched with the Israel war, because all of a sudden I thought we were anti-war. Boom, we were pro-war instantly and against free speech when it was Jews. I was I'm a free speech absolutist, and I'm anti-war without rare exceptions. And I watched the right and left just switch overnight. That was one of those moments I was like, wow.
Yeah, we realized that the real line was not left and right. The real line was Israel-Palestine and then left and right.
Yeah, but both sides support Israel. The left does a little bit left, but not really. It's because the people on the left don't, but the politicians still do whatever they ask.
I mean, October 7th helped me realize that mental trap of identifying as right and left or conservative or liberal, Republican, Democrat, because then you could easily switch and be pro anti-war. To me, the only thing that makes sense is putting religion first. I think because that's where like you go to what even is conservative values. What does that mean? Because when you have girls come in like.
So we're gonna all divide up by religion. That's you want to do ethno state everywhere. I mean, yeah, that is what they want to do, right? Yeah, Sneako, that sounds like a good plan. Yeah. Let's divide it. Let's put people in ghettos based on their religion. Good idea, buddy.
Like, you know, like the nigga girl Lily. Yeah. She's funny. Like I got to meet
she's
her.
A nice girl. She
but
got
at the same time,
I think,
is it really conservative to be like drinking a beer and be like, fuck these broke niggas? Like a woman, like shouldn't she be? If that was conservative, she would not be on camera and she'd be cooking for a family at home.
I personally don't really like these right-left narratives. I just like my opinions, what I believe to be true, what I believe to be right. That's this whole left. This paradigm, it makes people jump on one side because their side does it. And it's so stupid.
Well, it's information warfare 101.
Yeah, every issue we should decide for our own. You shouldn't just be like, my party believes this, I believe that.
Exactly. It's a trap because you can't trust these people. If you follow the money, they're always going to be swayed by money. You can't blindly follow that. I mean, my family, same thing growing up. They would go to the polls whenever George Bush was running against Kerry, stuff like that. Blue. Why? Because Democrats are good and Republicans are evil. You don't even know any of these people. So I think the only thing that's going to be uncorrupted is faith in God, and then everything stems from there. And if anything changes, if that changes your faith, then you should not follow that.
Yeah, God and
So are we voting for God?
What's right, and if you believe in God, you should believe what's right. That's why I see these Christians and they're just selling themselves out, selling their soul. It's disgusting. And I'm not religious, but I do strongly believe in a God. So I see these guys, they say they're men of God and they just completely sell their souls out for money. It just disgusts me.
Everyone has that voice inside of them. Even if you don't think you're religious, everyone has that voice inside them that tells them what's right. And like, that is God. And
no, exactly. I strongly
that's the
believe
voice
in God.
of God.
I just haven't,
and you can hear it.
We definitely believe, I definitely believe in God. I just haven't joined an organized religion.
And God tells Ian to work for the Nazis.
Religion at this point.
Yeah, I'm on that train.
What have you learned about Epstein that you think the average person doesn't know?
Dude, so fucking much. I mean, it's good that the average person does know about him, and it's good, like the meme, Epstein didn't kill himself. That's amazing, because that sort of, in everyone's mind, there's this group awareness that like there's more to that story. But what is more to that story that most people don't want everyone to know is that he was a Mossad asset. He was an Israeli spy. He was uplifted by Jewish people all throughout his career.
Bro, Ian is going hard. He's not just doing subtle drops today. He said, I'm coming out swinging on the Jewish people. No, I'm pretty sure that Epstein is related to Roger. He looks like Roger. That motherfucker is a German Nazi. For sure. Epstein was a Nazi. He was. Suck me, Ian. He was a Nazi. Why don't you pull your fucking obsidian board up here? And why don't you get to the bottom of it? Go take a look. Come on.
From like literally nothing. Like he was a unqualified math teacher. And then suddenly he was like a big shot banker. And then suddenly he was.
Yeah, it was Donald Barr. Donald Barr is the fucking motherfucker who brought him in. That dude seems like a German Nazi to me too.
Managing Les Wexner's multi-billion-dollar fund, like, and so
that dude sounds like a Nazi to me too. Mysterious past, mysterious family, Nazi.
So there's just, he was groomed for his position because he was a dirty piece of shit, and he was a math teacher that was groping his students, and he, probably had other relations and skills.
A lot of charisma.
No, I think he's like the kid of someone. He's a Lebensborn.
He must have been a guy who could
100%.
talk.
Great code switcher.
He was selected. He wasn't the boss.
Selected. And then he was put into place in order to run the front of that operation.
That's
but there were
true.
many others. He was not the only one.
Maxwell was behind it. People
Yep.
butthurt, but Maxwell was his handler.
Yep.
I think Dershowitz, was part of it. I don't think he was a victim of it. I think he was helping running it. He
They
said,
need lawyers.
Probably family.
he said he's an agent of Israel.
Yep.
So it goes deep. Every aspect of it is Jewish. And the girls on there always said they would call them trash and goyim, and they're pathetic because they're not Jewish. And the prime minister of Israel, I can't think the number of times, but he visited.
Ehud Barak, you dummy.
He flew into New York and would sneak into Epstein's house.
Oh, yeah.
30-something.
Dude, Ehud Barak has been to the island more than anyone. But it's because he's disgusting, not because he's Jewish. And it's because he's a Zionist and a Nazi to boot.
Times, or I don't know, maybe you know
He
the
was one
numbers.
of the most prolific. Yeah.
But he wasn't going to the island. He was going to the house.
Dude, Ian really is coming fully mask off. He doesn't give a shit anymore. I think they're all going to go mask off soon. If Ian's doing it, Eddie will for sure. Like, yeah.
To talk to Epstein. So he wasn't going out there to take sexually girls.
Well, it wasn't just the island. He had houses. He had a house in Palm Beach.
ranch.
He had a ranch. He had
Yeah, the really dark shit that people don't know about that ranch is there was other stuff going on at that ranch that never really came out.
Yeah, I think Lebensborn shit. You know what Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with? Creating like a lab of people making babies for him, of him. Sounds pretty Libby-esque, huh?
That it's hard to know for sure because it got buried, but it's like
It got raided though.
it got raided and a lot of the evidence
Yeah. By the feds who did it, who run the fucking sex trafficking ring.
that
Just like Diddy's shit got raided. To make sure no one sees all of the feds' evidence that they use to blackmail people.
a lot of the stuff that was there hidden as
you
fuck.
can say a little speculation.
Yeah,
if you have any ideas.
because you got to remember that he was interested in science, in high science, and a lot of it was genetics, and a lot of it was breeding, and a lot of it,
That's right, Ian. That honestly, I haven't really thought about that. And all the eugenics shit that he did, and the fact how that perfectly lines up with y'all's Lebensborn plan. Thank you for pointing that out, Ian. Yes. It's not because he's Jewish, but the Lebensborn program is very German. Very, very Nazi. So that's a good point. Thanks, Ian, for helping point that out and bringing that to my attention. That's a great avenue to attack this. Yes. Epstein does sound like a Lebensborn genetic fanatic Nazi. You're right. He doesn't sound Jewish. Dude, thank you, Ian. Good job, bud. Now that's some investigating.
there's a lot of questions about people, the word on the sort of like street of the victims of Epstein is that ranch was a breeding center for either genetic experiments or genetic testing, or Lord knows what's going on. And there is lots of talk in the sort of satanic ritual abuse survivor sphere, which is way bigger than most people realize. That's like very much a real thing.
That's a deep.
It's fucked up.
rabbit
Yeah.
hole to
So
go down.
it's a dark rabbit hole. It's very real. There are many people that are survivors of like essentially the global, like Satanism is a religion that does exist globally. And it's
created
just
by a Jew.
Yep. And
This is another good face for a screenshot. This is him going, I finally get to go full mask off and show everyone my power. I finally get to say it. I've been waiting for a whole year to blame everything on Jewish people. Dude, Ian, you're not sly, dog. Too obvious, bro. You're cooked. It's over. Dude, everyone's gonna hate this. Everyone's gonna hate you so much. I'm gonna cut this fucking down. Oh my god. Dude, I'm gonna fucking make the greatest little cut down after this of just all of the insane shit that you said, brother. This is crazy.
Church of Satan.
Right, guys? I'm not crazy here. This is insane. Right? Like, every person who's somewhat like us will catch this, right? He's cooked.
It should be called the synagogue.
The
of Satan.
synagogue of Satan.
yeah, look up.
Let's be real, though. I'm gonna get Donnie Darko to, the wheel of a plane's gonna fall into my fucking apartment. And then, the pole shift is gonna happen, and they're all gonna be in underground bunkers. And then, surprise, they're the Greys. We called it.
Alondra Markman. And they talk about breeding centers because the global satanic religion network, that cult, is a very powerful one with a lot of.
He's talking about Nazis They're the satanic religion.
very rich people in it, and it is probably aligned in some ways. This, like, I'm talking about a specific survivor who talked about meeting Epstein himself, and he also talked about going to breeding centers where they were breeding based upon Ashkenazi heritage.
Wow, I haven't heard any of this.
Yeah, it's
Oh my god, dude, he's relentless. Who knew that Donnie Darko would come true? LMAO.
wild. Yeah, I did a whole.
Dude, Donnie Darko's is gonna be about me, bro. And remember in Donnie Darko they have the like the chest thing that like tells you when it's like anticipating your moves and stuff. And Donnie just looks at it and he starts laughing. He's like, we've been getting into that shit too. Dude, I better not get Donnie Darko'd. I'm gonna be so pissed. I swear to fuck though, if like being like doing ghost shit is real, if I get Donnie Darko'd, I will first off I will try and come to all my KnitWitches and be like, yo, can you see me? And I'll try and like resonantly tune you like the alien that was in Brazil tried to get Mr. Joe or whatever. And I would teach you guys how to see the golden light, and then I would go and torment my enemies, just like in the movie Ghost. I'd go to Peter last, and yeah, I'd just do like my ghost, like my Ghost of Christmas Past thing, and fucking scare the shit out of all of them.
I mean, and
that video up.
You know, it is
Like,
just one survivor's testimony.
Like there's definitely could easily be some truth to it.
It's just one survivor's testimony, but there are many survivors that give similar testimony, and it's like there's just this whole deeper layer beneath the Epstein was just running this like underage girls blackmail.
I mean, he had all the time and resources in the world. He had billions of dollars. He had Mossad backing him. Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, had direct connections to Mossad. So they said he was like a finance guru. This guy had no sort of education in this. He didn't know anything about money. He never ran a business. Why would he be able to control all this? He had all the time in the world to do these crazy experiments. I think that
I don't know. Why did Timothy McVeigh get a whole van filled with a fertilizer bomb that he didn't make? And why did he get to drop it off at the FBI building and then become a fucking FBI agent 10 years later, huh? Tell me that. Why that? Let me know.
this is going to come to light. Do you think more information is going to come?
I know. It's because Nazi. Not son of a Nazi. Nazi.
No.
I think so. I think that it won't come from the government. I don't think it'll come from anyone releasing it. But I think that this Jewish mafia, this Israeli mafia, is inherently underestimating the power of these things. And I think that they are inherently not prepared for the networking that the internet is allowing regular people to do.
We're bringing it together, you know. It's like we need to do a lot more than what we're doing, but waking people up. It's like, you know, none of us want to talk about this. This isn't something we want to do. We felt like we had to work. Everyone told me, don't do this. You're going to ruin your career. It's going to cost your life. But I felt like I had to
I just wanted to do research about GameStop and buy like GameStop stock. That's all I wanted to fucking do.
Started with GME and then you found out about satanic rituals.
Yeah, we don't want to be talking about this. I
want to go back to my regular life.
Yeah, it was me too. It was like, wait, why am I locked inside for COVID right now? Why is my girlfriend like wiping down the groceries with the Clorox wipe? And then you're like, oh, satanic rituals. Like, it's just very quickly you go down the rabbit hole. But what do you think they're doing now to prepare for this information warfare? The fact that I think there's more people than ever waking up, and they must be planning. We were talking about that, me and Jake. Like, what are they going to do to combat this? Because there's never been this many people aware.
World War III. It's the best thing to do in order to stop the flow of information is to create an emergency that means you would have to stop the flow of information.
And look, the Fed is already saying what the Feds are going to do.
Information, right? And how they were able to use COVID in order to shut down business, in order to shut, like that was the emergency that gave them the power to do those shutdowns. So war is no longer fought kinetically, right? War is no longer, I'm like guys with guns going, it is in small wars, like, you know, little proxy wars. But if you're talking like Russia versus America, Iran versus America, that is a Cold War, right? And cyber war and things like that. And the moment you have cyber war, Cold War on a big global scale, that is, you know, the reasoning, the law.
What, like silencing most of your citizens except for a select crew of Lebensborn, something like that.
Logic behind shutting down the internet, shutting down your rights to speak, shutting down because
Mr. Baines.
Suddenly we are all threats, or we are all potential terrorists, potential bad. Some version of that is my biggest fear.
Doesn't the TikTok bill give it authority to to take it away? Sort of, exactly.
It's unclear. I'm no legal scholar, but it kind of looks that way. And you know, go figure. Israel, Steve Mnuchin is getting together a whole band of his Israeli.
Rip, what are you saying? Were you locked out? I just noticed for the first time that we've got 38, which we haven't had for like a month. I've been starting to think that we're limited at 30. Were you locked out, did you say? Could do nothing but watch? Interesting. But it let you watch though? Oh yeah, see no, now we're down to 31 again. I think they have a limiter on me. Like that's so weird. We used to get up to like 60, 70. But it's what Ian Carroll and his stupid ugly family likes to do. Fucking ugly Nazis.
Buddies trying to buy TikTok because anywhere that information can spread, they got to lock it down. And so they came for
Yeah, and this Nazi knows more than anyone.
X with the advertising boycott of Elon. Fortunately, he seems.
Oh, you think that there's more people in here that just doesn't say? That's interesting. Well, that is weird right now. My OBS says 38 and Twinch says 30. Huh.
To weather that storm and hopefully only kiss the wall, you know.
And he went to Auschwitz too. No one really wants to get to Auschwitz. No.
But yeah, they do that for sure. Like, dude, my Instagram, they literally locked as soon as the OOB shit happened. They locked my account, and now it's like I was stuck at like 613 for like 2 months or something, and then I noticed this morning that like 7 people have unfollowed. So, man, the OOBers, they really got their message across to everyone, and everyone believed them. Everyone said, CatDad is
Ben
a
Shapiro
fad.
guiding you.
I wonder if he saw the door to those gas chambers.
Vacation, those wooden doors.
Yeah, I wonder if he maybe he should have taken Candace with him to. He seems that way. And you know, go figure. Israel, Steve Mnuchin, is getting together a whole band of his Israeli buddies trying to buy TikTok because anywhere that information can spread, they got to lock it down. And so they came for X with the advertising boycott of Elon. Fortunately, he seems to have weathered that storm and hopefully only kissed the wall, you know.
And he went to Auschwitz too. No one really wants to get to Auschwitz. No. With Ben Shapiro guiding you.
I wonder if he saw the door to those gas chambers.
Vacation, those wooden doors.
Yeah, I wonder if he maybe he should have taken Candace with him to ask the question. Seems to have weathered that storm and hopefully only kissed the wall, you know.
I'm not catching what he's saying. What the fuck is he saying? I feel like he just said something heinous. Hold on.
And he went to Auschwitz too. No one really wants to get to Auschwitz.
No.
With Ben Shapiro guiding you.
I wonder if he saw the door to those gas chambers.
Vacation, those wooden doors.
Yeah, I wonder if he maybe he should have taken Candace with him to ask the questions.
The wooden doors.
Shout out Candace Owens, you're the goat.
Elon's doing.
Steve Mnuchin is getting together a whole band of his Israeli buddies trying to buy TikTok because anywhere that information can spread, they got to lock it down. And so they came for X with the advertising boycott of Elon. Fortunately, he seems to have weathered that storm and hopefully only kissed the wall, you know.
And he went to Auschwitz too. No one really wants to get to Auschwitz.
No.
With Ben Shapiro guiding you.
I wonder if he saw the door to those gas chambers.
Vacation, those wooden doors.
Yeah, I wonder if he maybe he should have taken Candace with him to ask the questions.
The wooden doors.
Shout out Candace Owens, you're the goat.
Elon's doing a good job though of weathering the storm. Banning the ADL was huge, and that advertising warfare was huge. And so the fact that he I mean, there's no way he doesn't he's not asking questions.
At the very least, he's standing up for free speech. And it's working
for now,
right? And it's giving us a platform in which to have conversations that are largely uncensored.
But it's just getting it was almost a mistake on their.
Bro, I pay for fucking Twitter Blue, and I get like 3 likes on any of my shit a day, and then they don't show it to anyone. Free speech where, you goofy ass Nazi?
Part to allow some sort
Annie Altman isn't even searchable on that stupid app.
of free speech because Nick Fuentes tweeted yesterday just the word Jews.
That's it. They blocked it. You can't say the word Jews.
It said hateful conduct. If you tweet Muslims, it's not hateful conduct. If you tweet whites, blacks, anything.
On Twitter?
It knows that you're being fucking racist, though.
They dimmed him just the word Jews. They dimmed hateful conduct.
That's it. No, just the Jews.
Like how crazy
but,
is that?
You know, the beauty of it is that like how hypocritical, like how obvious is it now?
It's too obvious.
It's in front of everyone's faces.
They also did it. You can say I forget what it was, but you can basically bash Christianity, Islam. But if you say synagogue of Satan, they block it.
Yep.
Like Church of Satan, you could say like Islam Satan, but then the synagogue of Satan, boom, it's blocked. Hateful speech.
They have to control information.
Jake Shields, if you don't talk into your motherfucking mic, I'm gonna come over there and I'm gonna wedgie you so hard and then sack tap you.
One more thing I want to jump back real quick. We're talking about Satanism. What do you make of the giant, crazy on Epstein Island, there was that temple. It's so weird.
Yeah.
That was clearly, why would a rich person have a temple with like,
That had a lot
That
of
was
weird
strange.
symbology in it.
the owls?
I think that regular
Dude, the bigger question is, why is it so close to where the fucking Disney cruises went?
people like us
And by that, I mean, why did Disney cruises take kids to Jeffrey Epstein's island for snorkeling?
can't imagine why symbolism would be so important. Why,
Owl
like, you
symbolism
can't
seems
imagine
very
Satanism.
important.
You just can't. But it's very real.
Yeah, Ian can, though.
And it has been for a very long time in the exact same way that other religions are very
Yes.
real. And in the exact same
Owls.
I think that regular people like us can't imagine why
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. No, the fuck they ain't. Who's us? You got a mouse in your pocket, buddy? You're not talking about me, right?
symbolism would be so important. Why, like,
Owl
you
symbolism
can't
seems
imagine
very important.
Satanism. You just can't. But it's very real, and it has been for a very long time in the exact same way that other religions are very real, and in the exact same way that like witchcraft was real in the old days. And it's like there are 8 billion people on this planet, and if you think about the kind of people that become billionaires, right? Do you think they're good people? Like, how do you
Mostly
become
no.
a fucking billionaire? Probably by being a really eccentric, really driven, really psychotic, maybe kind of broken and damaged.
It's so weird that they know to, like, take this part of, like, what we talk, you know, of our ideology or whatever, but then secretly they're like, yeah, and they are like
person. And if you get 100 of those people in a room, do you think one of them is going to be kind of a sociopath?
he's like, yeah, they're all sociopaths, but secretly he's like, and I like it, but publicly he has to be like, it's gross.
Sociopathic serial killer type of a person, those are the kinds of people that would turn to things like Satanism. And if you powerful people are naturally drawn to those kinds of powerful, dark.
Yeah.
It's like
You
the
don't realize,
Sith
too,
Lords.
If you look through the sacrifice of human history of human sacrifice, it's been going on all over
Yeah.
the world, all kinds of places. It's not like it's something new or rare. It's been like a massive thing.
And if anyone, we're not going to go down this one,
Yeah,
but if
I'm not saying
anyone
that's
wants
happening by
a
any
fucking
means.
rabbit hole, look up the Wendigo in Native American cultures. The Wendigo is a really fascinating rabbit hole in Native American cultures. It was their legend of what happened to you when you became a cannibal, when you ate human flesh or drank human blood.
I want to go down this rabbit hole.
Okay.
Please tell me about this.
Okay, so think about
I'm starting to think that these Nancys really are like, I think they kind of like aspire to be like cannibals. Like they want to be gross and horrible, I think. And I think a lot of these like elite families, I think they may have been passing down cannibalism as part of their fucking, you know how you do fun stuff like help your mom put the fucking star on top of your Christmas tree or like any other type of tradition you got, Well, these kind of families, their tradition is to drink blood of unwilling victims together. On Christmas Day, no less. Dude, fucking John Benet Ramsey's dad had a meal of his daughter on the night before Christmas. They had a Christmas party, and they fucking sacrificed her at it.
about it. I'll just in
Have
a
you
brief.
heard about this?
I haven't. No,
It's-
it's new to me.
I'll do it in
That's
the-
why I
in the
wanted you to
simplest
interview this guy's,
possible
like,
terms.
got great information.
Check this out. If you lived before modern civilization had grocery stores, right? Food is your most important resource. And in a winter, like up in Canada, you might starve during the winter, any given winter, if you have a bad harvest, if you can't find the food, it's very common to starve. And so cannibalism for almost all of human history was a very serious threat to the human population, because anytime that food is scarce, there is the natural obvious tendency to eat each other, right? But from an evolutionary standpoint, that's super fucked, right? Because then suddenly you're going to destroy your own gene pools. And so that's just the setup, because in Native American cultures, there are cultural myths in North America, in like American and Native Canadian Indians. They have these myths of what is called the Wendigo, which is the spirit that takes over your body when you consume human flesh. And it's told to children, probably still is in some places, in order to essentially stigmatize cannibalism, that you shouldn't do it, because they have all these legends that were told both by white men recording it, like in history books, as well.
I feel like Ian is like, yeah, we stigmatize it when we shouldn't. You know what I mean?
by natives recording.
Sam Altman, he seems like he aspires to be one of those cannibal types, a cannibal capitalist.
It like during the colonial periods of essentially like addictive behavior.
Dude, I'm saying, I bet I wouldn't be surprised if this man, if we found out who he really was and he was like, yeah, no, I like people eating. Dude, what's his name? Army Hammer? Remember that cannibalism shit? All these rich people are psychos, and they all are fucking cannibals. Like, dude, the fucking, the frazzle drip thing, like, the video description is that she drinks the blood. Like, that's, all these people are obsessed with drinking kid blood. I joke about Peter Thiel being a kid drinker, but I'm not joking really that much. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like joking, but it's real. These people are crazy. I mean, think about it. It's the thousands of years. Once you have money, you don't not have money usually, because just having money means you get money. So these people get to keep the money within their family every generation, which means that their family, every generation, gets further and further away from being ever told no ever. Like, and I don't know if you guys have ever worked around, like, dude, I've worked around athletes, like big famous athletes and big famous actors and like, you know, rich people. They live a different kind of life. Like, they don't think about us as people. They don't have to see us. Like, these people are fucked in the head. They're so far removed from thinking about us as humans. And it's literally just like the having yes men around you for 1,000 years turns you into a demon, apparently. So, I don't know. I believe it. I think most of these fucking fucked up Nazi rich families are pedophiles and cannibals. They should stop doing pedophile and cannibal shit, and then I'd stop having to think that, you know? But I'm pretty sure it's true. They're obsessed. All they think about is fucking kids all day and killing people. That's all they have to think about, because they don't have to do anything. They don't have to work. They sit around bored all day looking for people to fuck with because there's nothing else to do. Just like Evil Hale says in Westworld. She's like, we're just bored. I mean, that's like what the whole Russian aristocracy shit was about. It's just a bunch of bored ass people fucking with each other. They have nothing better to do. So they fuck with us.
Years of like, once someone did it once, like a man does it to his family, and then he gets addicted to it, and then he keeps doing it. And it's hard to parse out whether that's stories or not, but just, so all I'll say is that that's an interesting myth. And when you start to think it through, there's a lot of like kind of scientific trains of thought you could take from that. And then think about things like, when we're creating drugs, stem cells are one of the most powerful things to create drugs from. And stem cells come from human tissues that are regenerating, especially from kids and babies, right? And so I don't know what all that means, but I know that there is like, you know, stem cells is a scientific fact. Wendigo is a historical fact. And you can go down both those rabbit holes. And then you kind of wind up at like all these weird modern conspiracy theories and questions that I don't know which ones are real and not, but it's worth asking them.
So are you insinuating that the elite eat babies to have different powers?
Yeah, but they don't actually get powers because all they do is sit around and drink babies. Dude, and doesn't eating people give you a fucking like a neurodegenerative disorder eventually? Like, I feel like all of these people do have neurodegenerative disorders. Like like, they all look fucking weird, too. Like, they do not look like Ubermensch. Da!
No, I'm insinuating that it is silly to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak, you know?
It can give you prions. That doesn't sound good, and I definitely will never have to worry about it because I'm not a person eater.
In the sense that
They do want prions, though. I hate prions. Oh, mad cow disease? Huh. Like Parkinson, like kind of like Parkinson's? All these old people with Parkinson's, like motor, they have like motor control loss and stuff. And the cows like always fall over and shit. Does that help us out? Do we know any people who have gotten that?
That people think that something so grotesque could never happen, and those are the same people that would have thought before Epstein got caught, they would have thought that child trafficking could never happen, that the president of the United States would never be fucking kids. Like,
let me throw another one out there. You know the spirit cooking lady? What's her name?
Oh yeah, Marina Abramovich.
Same tribe. She does some weird. You've heard of this? That's weird stuff.
Yeah.
They fake human sacrifice. She hangs out with all the elites of the world.
Lady Gaga.
Zelensky asked her by name to be what he asked her, what a powerful position there. He's also the same tribe. Zelensky.
Yeah, she's literally like giving like economic advice or something in Ukraine. Everyone that's out there, look up spirit cooking Marina Abramovich.
Yes. She does satanic rituals.
Yeah.
She was doing one for Hillary Clinton that got caught in the emails of WikiLeaks.
Oh, yeah.
Like, why are they doing private spirit cooking, which is a witch sacred, and they do fake human sacrifices? There's videos of this, like, they have people that are pretending to eat. It's just some real life witchery. Yeah,
there was stuff on those laptops.
Yeah, Marina Abramovich is fucking gross. But I'm going to guess Nazi.
That wasn't pretend.
Yeah, people. It's just 100% true that she was doing spirit cooking for Hillary Clinton, and they mix like what cum and blood, and and they like it's like a satanic. It's just real. Look up imagery
Black
of
magic
her.
and shit.
Like, there's images of her with the kids.
Okay, is Hillary Clinton Jewish, guys? Keep going down the Hillary Clinton road.
It really disturbs me too. She's holding little kids, covering their eyes, and it's just. It's some sick, disturbing stuff. And she is not like some random Jewish lady. She rules in the biggest
she's
power
Jewish
circles.
too?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You're starting to see a little bit pattern here.
I mean, they don't do a good job. They like telling you what they do. I mean, if you look at the Balenciaga advertisements, they put it right in your face that this is what they're doing.
Yeah.
They
the
find it
pictures
funny.
of her doing satanic stuff, like holding little kids, covering their eyes, kids looking scared.
Same thing with
sick stuff.
Prince Charles, I think it was. He just released that painting where you flip it upside down. It's literally just the Baphomet connected. It's not hidden anymore. It's not crazy. Like back when I was growing up, you'd watch a YouTube documentary with some cheesy X-Files music. And it'd be like Jay-Z, like reverse. But now it's like right in your face. It's not.
They mock people for saying Satanism, but then they have this Maria chick doing it right in front of our faces with the elites running the world.
And real talk, the Jay-Z song in reverse is super fucking weird.
She also hangs out with Jay-Z.
Yeah, I mean, let's remember P. Diddy. Everyone remember what happened to P. Diddy?
You did great work on P.
Jay-Z's fucking next, dude.
Maybe you should jump in P. Diddy
What was American Horror Story season 10?
real quick.
Shit.
So you actually did a great video on that. Just a quick.
Oh yeah, I mean, just like P. Diddy was running a fucking blackmail ring.
Alexis was talking about American Horror Story yesterday too. Do I need to get back on American Horror Story? I dropped off, I think, after the like Puxatawny, the Pittsburgh accent season.
In the rap industry, just like Epstein was in the political realm. And yeah, P. Diddy's not Jewish, but then you look at the people that were managing him, the people that brought him up, the people that put him in that
Nazis, Zionists.
position, like the owner of Universal Music Group, who was sponsoring those parties and attending those parties, that was basically his handle. Like that dude, well, he is Jewish, but you know, who knows? But he runs Universal Music Group had 33 out of the top 100 songs last year. That includes Taylor Swift. That includes people like that song "Unholy" by Sam Smith.
Unholy.
Yeah,
Look at this music. They're
Yeah.
putting Satan in all kinds of
I know, he's
imagery in the
literally
video.
dressed
Go
up
down
as
the line.
Satan, twerking, naked, doing
Well,
gay
the guy that started the Church of Satan, he wanted to work with Hollywood to put Satanism in films.
Yeah. And once again, I didn't fucking know or believe or like I would have written all of this off. I was raised in the left. This was all fucking conspiracy theories. And that's why I encourage everyone to just go look it up for
everything we're
yourself.
saying,
Don't
yeah.
believe a single fucking thing I'm saying because you might have a different interpretation of the evidence. Just go
Yeah, they're Nazis.
in with an open mind and just ask yourself the questions like, what do I really know about the world and where did I get that information from? Because if you got it from public school, that's wrong. If you got it from the mainstream media, those are lies. And if you got it from people telling you things or just like watching YouTube videos, maybe you should just think a little more critically and look for sources for yourself.
Yeah, if you're questioning something, you always should look it up yourself. Unfortunately, it's getting harder with search engines because the
is.
ADL works with Google, which
Yep.
is
ChatGPT is replacing everything.
And Google's owned by.
Yep. You guys and anyone that out there that has ChatGPT, you guys should ask it about how many siblings Sam Altman has. You guys know Sam Altman?
What's Sam Altman?
Sam Altman is the guy that owns ChatGPT. Yeah, he
Bro, you keep Annie's fucking name out of your mouth, you fucking Nazi.
is. But Sam Altman has a sister, and ChatGPT will not tell you about her.
Really?
Yeah, so this is what they do. They pick out single individual Jewish people. Like, I'm always like, Sam Altman, what the fuck is wrong with you? Your boss, Peter Thiel, is a Nazi. Because Sam Altman is Jewish. Well, you know. No, I think he is. I mean, Annie says that she is. So it's insane to me that he works with a person whose dad literally perpetrated it and he's like never talked about it, which means to me that Peter Thiel wants to do the Holocaust again, you know? But so they pick individual like Jewish people to represent the whole industry, whereas the rest of them are fucking Nazis. You know what I mean? Like, maybe Lucian Graves is fucking Jewish separately, but the Nazi part is the bigger thing. And then the Sam Altman too is just like, he feels like, yeah, it's like a convenient person to be like, see, they're all Jewish. You know what I mean? But like, Sam Altman's just doing what Peter Thiel tells him to do.
Because she accused Sam Altman of physically and like sexually abusing her as a child.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's interesting chat, BG, like a
And yeah, is it because that he was Jewish too?
month ago, I asked it what was the first terrorist attack in the Middle East, and it told me the King David Hotel, which was a Jewish terrorist attack in the 40.
Did they fix that answer?
They switched it.
I
A month
bet.
later, I checked it and it wasn't anymore. So I posted it and they
Like,
switched
whoa,
it.
that is like, whoa, that is some
ChatGPT
misinformation right there,
it
bro.
admitted the first terrorist attack in the Middle East was Jews. And then a month later, it switched it and doesn't say that anymore. It goes back way further in history to some like sword attack that was like not really a terrorist attack.
Well, yeah, because we wouldn't want to spread misinformation and
Yeah.
Jewish conspiracy theories.
They're
So
literally
like,
the
obviously,
ones that brought terrorism to the Middle East, the Zionists, when they formed Palestine, there was multiple groups that were doing constant terrorist attacks, both on Palestinians, but on the
Every single thing that you've ever heard that is a Jewish conspiracy theory, if you replace like the Jewish conspiracy theory version, not true. If you replace that word with Nazi, though, definitely true. Like Jewish space laser, not true. Nazi space laser, for sure, real. Used in Lahaina.
British that lived there. They were capturing and hanging British people. They disguised themselves as Arabs and went to the King David Hotel and they bombed it, trying to blame Arabs, killing I think 90-something people. It was the largest.
and there's primary source information on all of that in
this is all
official U.S.
strongly
documents.
proven, yeah.
Like, it's not. That's not.
This
that's not
is all
controversial.
100% admitted and proven. They also attacked American and British embassy or all over Egypt, trying to blame Egypt to get America to go to war with them in the Lavon Fair. That they were caught for that. These are things that are 100% proven. Like the 9/11s are speculation. These are 100% proven and admitted.
And so maybe we should rewind a little bit and just talk a little bit about like, how is this even fucking possible, right? And it sounds cheesy, but maybe the simplest way to get there is to think about the Rothschild family. Because clearly the Rothschild family is just one really powerful family from the days.
Dude, this is the hanky. Okay, but hey, Who's doing the Rothschilds' bidding? And dude, the Rothschilds are not fucking Jewish. They worship money, you fucking kook. You goofy, mustached goon.
Of old, but like when you look back, you've got it's the robber baron generation. You had, the JP Morgan came to power at the end of that, but the Rothschilds go back even further. And it's back in this day of like aristocracy and like regal like bloodlines where power was even more centralized and like wealth was even more kind of like collected into family coffers than it is, or at least than it seems today. And the Rothschilds are well known for like the Rothschilds took down the whole.
He says seems. Because he knows.
Whole Bank of England. Like that's how they made their fortune, was by sort of like trick.
Dude, is Hanky fucking... is John Hanky his grandpa? Yeah, I mean, they're not religious. Like, I mean, they are. They are to Satan. I think it's just part... Dude, I think it's like a part of... I think they're fine, like... it's just like a couple people that they've got to say is Jewish all the time and then them just not push back on it. It's like, it feels to me like how, it's like the TikTok ban conversation. It's like the Rothschilds and like Marina Abramovich and Sam Altman and all of the representative Jewish people that stand in to represent all Jewish people, even though Nazis are doing most of everything. I think that they are just like, yeah, it's fine because I'm getting paid fatty stacks. I don't care. And they're, it's like, it's Taylor Lorenz and Chaya Raichik being sisters. Ian Carroll is calling his family member Jewish, Like, what does he care? They're all taking the world over together. and none of their families are going to be, suffer the consequences. It's just normal Jewish people. So they don't give a fuck. Like, I think the Rothschild people are just like, yeah, it's fine. I mean, just call me a dog. And they probably like being called, names. So it's just so bad, dude. They like everything that's happening all around. And then everything bad that happens just happens to us and normal people.
All of the English stock market.
This makes sense though. Yeah. They pick a couple. There's a couple representative Jewish people that they can point to for every conversation. They're like, yeah, see, Jewish. Yep. But the majority of all of them are fucking Nazis.
During the Napoleonic Wars, and then basically buying the stock market out from under England. And that family is the exact family to whom Israel was essentially sold by the British Empire in order to read the Balfour Declaration. And, people try to say it's like, it wasn't to about getting into the war. It's like, it was to get into the war.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they sold it out.
And you can read the primary source documents.
To the Palestinians in a separate thing. That's why they tried pulling back on their offer, but then they kept tacking them.
Well, to the Ottoman Empire at the time. Yeah, they promised the Ottomans. It was during World War I, is they made a bunch of different deals of we need to win this war, and if you help us, we'll give you, But
then they needed the money, so they also promised it to the Rothschilds.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, no, it gets. I've tried figuring out how it started, and I guess the Rothschilds. That's what it doesn't.
I mean, I'm sure it started before them.
It seems like it goes before them. Is the crazy part. You look back even further in history, but that.
Dude, what's his name? Shady Jake? What is it? Jake Shields. Jake Shields, if your mic volume isn't turned the fuck up the next time I see your goofy Botoxed ass, I'm gonna lose it.
Was definitely where they really got the money.
That's just the most obvious thread that anyone can look up more or less, and they're very real and actually.
Dude, I can't believe we got duped by Hanky. Fuck Hanky. What a fucking rat.
Actually, there's some sick ass stuff. I've done some.
Dude, Hanky's for sure his grandpa.
Sick digging into the Rothschilds working with the CIA to smuggle drugs during the Vietnam era.
Cut the hair and add some glasses, dude. It's fucking Hanky's. Dude, do you think one of Hanky's Nazi grandchildren came and fucking told me? Or told him about me? And they were like, "You're talking to CatDad?" I'm just gonna text him one day and just fucking out of the blue, Nazi.
Era that has not really broken. They're still very much around and fully functional.
Open wars in China, same people. We won't get into that right now, though. But it just goes down like every rabbit hole. You start thinking you're crazy, but then you dig, and it just
Oh, Jake Shields is like a Jackson Hankel world person.
keeps being like, oh, the Jewish mafia.
Yeah, I've been going down this rabbit hole for years, and like right now, this conversation is just making me like extremely jaded about this. It's just like, it's everything.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Even then, you said 33 of the top 100 songs that Universal Music Group, like 33 is like their numerology term. It's just like, is all this just, is all of it fabricated? I want to hear more about Jay-Z though. So you think he's next? I always, I don't know who said it, but it's funny that Jay-Z goes around with the Basquiat haircut, like celebrating Basquiat. Basquiat was a heroin addict and a gay prostitute in New York. And I went back to New York recently and all the graffiti, all the paintings everywhere.
Sneako really tells on himself for how much he fucking hates gay people. Like, bro, watch yourself, because people will fucking come out and start telling stories if you get a little too spicy, if you know what I mean. Best watch yourself. You best hope you don't have any fucking skeletons, buddy. Hey, if anyone knows any funny stories about Sneako, if they've ever hung out with Sneako after hours, and Sneako would be horrified to hear that someone had evidence against him of, you know, maybe possibly liking boys, you know? Because this dude is so fixated on boys and hating gay people. It's like a real tell. The only people that I know that are this homophobic, the only people, I'm just saying, you best watch yourself, Sneako,
are literally satanic paintings. Like, you see graveyards literally drawn.
He threatened to SA a female YouTuber? Dude. Yeah, this guy's insane. And Ian Carroll went on his show. That's hilarious.
On garage doors and witches coming out of there. And this is the village where Basquiat was doing graffiti. Jay-Z's kind of, is emulating this guy. Why do you think he's next? Because he was pretty good friends with Diddy.
Yeah, super good friends with Diddy. And I don't know as he's necessarily next. I fucking hope he is. And the way I look at it, Jay-Z has all the markers of a similar type of an op, you know, both from the way he acts to the people he knows. But the thing is that he's way more involved in politics. And I think, this is just me speculating, but I think that Diddy got hung out to dry because he was getting fucking sloppy.
Yeah, by Jay-Z.
Right? Yeah. Diddy was drunk on his power. He was totally out of control and unhinged. And Jay-Z's kind of more effective. Jay-Z's like pretty dialed in, super effective. And
whoa, Sneako's a known P word. I mean, they all are, right? Obviously, that's how they all get this gig. I see stuff about him texting minors. Oh my God, of course. Dude, can we just assume that about every one of these motherfuckers at this point? All I'm saying is Ian Carroll looks a lot like Dr. Disrespect, just saying. It's like he's trying to go for Dr. Disrespect's vibe.
Jay-Z is tied into people like Hillary Clinton and the politicians there. Barack Obama.
The trio is giving unsafe to kids, yes.
Obama, right?
Spirit cooking lady.
Yeah, exactly. And so if Diddy were allowed to blow back onto Jay-Z, that blows back onto a whole other fucking rabbit hole of connections, because it looks more and more like there are, you know, let's say blackmail rings in each of these different industries, in Hollywood, in politics.
Sneako is in love with the movie Cuties and defends it still to this day. Oh yeah. Oh shit. Oh yeah, wait. I was gonna do this after the Ian Carroll shit, but look at this fucking Daily Mail headline. It says, spooks infiltrate Silicon Valley. And spooks is a term for spies, detectives, you know, rats, not the racist kind. It's like a 50s term for, like feds. Facebook is riddled with ex-CIA agents, including President Briefer, who now runs harmful content team. So many ex-FBI work at Twitter. They have a Slack channel, and Google is rife with ex-CIA. And we know fucking Tank Tonk is so CIA. Dude, look at this. This is everything that you fucking interact. Like, we just have to abandon the fucking internet. Great. Or just make our own. How do we do that? Dude, like, it's bullshit. It's such bullshit, man. They are such bullshit. I hate them. These feds. They're such dirty feds, bro. Look, and then we gotta watch another fucking Fed. I'm so sick of watching federal TV, god damn it. I want to watch something real. Give me something fucking real for once.
Music, probably in other places too.
Other countries too have
10
stumbled
out
across
of
Oh
10
yeah, for sure.
suburbs.
And so, I mean,
Thanks,
because
cool
really,
disabled, you better stop. 9 subs you've gifted? Stop it, Nicole.
like, if men rule the world, what better way to control all those men than through their sexual urges, through their deviant sexual urges that you have fostered throughout their lives by feeding them messages in pornography and rap music, for example. I mean, rap music plays the dual role of subverting black people so that black people are all fucking like, you know, promoting whole
How
culture
bad
and
has that
stuff.
been for black culture?
It's destroyed them.
And that was all not necessarily created, but it was all pushed.
Well, don't
in
forget
by-
the
by
crack
these people,
epidemic
yeah.
that the CIA took.
George H.W. Bush, fucking Ian Carroll's grandpa.
good care of, you know, like CIA
Look at he's like smiling because he's proud of his grandpappy.
literally imported all the crack cocaine.
Poppy, get it? Grand Poppy, because his grandpa was a heroin addict. George H.W. Bush was a heroin addict.
Yeah, then they pushed black people to push just pure degeneracy, shooting each other, and I'm sure that was not good for culture.
Yeah.
And if you call it out, they call you racist for acknowledging something that everybody's aware of. Like,
Yeah.
Sexy Red is just the representation of everything terrible
All
in
of
black
it, yeah.
culture. And, you know, calling that out doesn't mean that you hate black people. It means that you hate what the CIA propped
Yeah.
up black culture. Like, Sexy Red is not the representation of black people in America, but if you look at everybody who manages her, you understand why they want to subvert that.
Exactly.
But what do you think Jay-Z was involved in? The thing that started waking me up was he was supposed to be best friends with Ye, and on Ye 24, Jay-Z was completely quiet.
Yep.
Like, he's really politically involved, and then one of his best friends, Ye, called him Big Brother back in late registration. Jay-Z doesn't say a word of support. Ye gets canceled, gets debanked, gets demonetized, gets canceled off every single social media platform, and Jay-Z did not say a word.
I mean, I think you said it perfectly, man. And you,
This dude dropped an N-bomb on this podcast. Wait, which one? Sneako? Dude, we gotta watch. I've got the Meat Canyon video of Sneako pulled up. We'll watch it after this, because then you guys will know Sneako finally.
when you pair that with the amazing success that Jay-Z had, not just in the rap industry, getting built up in the rap industry, but then getting built bigger than the rap industry.
Yep, it's all bullshit. Dude, literally, all of it. It's all bullshit. It's all propped up by the CIA. Amazon, you know why Amazon's successful? Because it's the CIA. It's so fucking gross, dude.
Like, I think we've all seen through the Diddy lawsuit and through the way that like industry works that you don't get promoted if you're not playing ball. And who do you have to play ball with?
Yeah. Yeah, that includes literally for social media. That's why we have 28 viewers and why he has 3 million followers. Fed.
In order to get, I mean, just ask Michael Jackson who you have to play ball.
Yeah, who died
in order-
mysteriously
yeah,
way.
Exactly. And
Wasn't
so
the head of his security end up being the
Yeah.
head of
that
security
was the
for P. Diddy right after?
craziest connection. Fahim Muhammad, head of Michael Jackson security, 22-year-old kid, just graduated college with a business and marketing degree. He becomes the head of security for the King of Pop at 22, 23 years old. And then on the job, Michael Jackson dies like within his first,
I think that may
year
be the
of
first person to
work.
find his body.
Yeah, he was the
person.
second on the scene, at least according to him in court. Then Fahim Muhammad, this 24-year-old kid, gets promoted from being the head of security for Michael Jackson, who just died on his watch, to being the head of Diddy's security where he's literally running a sexual blackmail
Was
ring.
this the guy that he said was his fixer?
Yeah, his
I know he had one of
fixer,
the guys
who
that
could
says,
make problems
we'll
go
make
away.
disappear and problems, and that was the guy. So right when Michael Jackson died, and Michael Jackson, I don't know if you know, he was not a fan of that tribe.
All I want to say is that they don't really care about
So
us.
you're aware.
Sue me, everybody. Yep.
Like, what do you say? Kike me, bite me.
Yep.
Yeah.
But they censored those words. They censored Jew and all that. And it's really sad actually to look at Michael Jackson's legacy, because he was a very tormented soul, right? Like he went.
I am just picturing the clips all in a row after we're done with the show here. Oh man. And then them deleting that account too, just out of the blue. Like, dude, what were you doing, brother? Like, they're just all going mask off. They have to, right? That's got to be what they're gonna do. Time's a ticking. Yeah, it's the first of the month. They've got their new marching orders, right?
Went through a lot of hardship, but he was such a kind and wonderful human. And when you actually dig through the history, like, it's very clear that all the pedophile stuff was total slander.
And I
The
believe that's terrible, man.
the FBI investigated him for like 10 years. You can just go to the Wikipedia.
Yeah, I was always on the Michael Jackson probably did it train, but recently I've been starting to think that maybe he was set up. I don't know. I'm still looking into it. I'm not sure. But I heard him talk about him getting abused when he was a kid. And I don't know. I don't know the way he talked about it and how, like, you could tell how, how much it affected him. And it didn't feel like he was talking about it in a way that he would, like, perpetuate it. So maybe, I don't know. I'm going to look into it more, but I've always been on the Michael Jackson did it. But I don't know. Have you guys looked into it? Now seeing, like, he had the Beatles discography, all this shit. I don't know.
They taught nothing.
Even on Wikipedia, you can go and read.
It's like all the media. I know that Michael Jackson's a pedophile from the news. So, I don't know.
And Wikipedia is literally like Mossad's crown jewel of information warfare. But
they
Wikipedia
just banned
tells
ADL,
you.
by the way, which is amazing. They banned ADL as a source. They said they're not trustworthy anymore. That happened a couple of days ago, which is huge.
Let's go
That was a
Wikipedia.
huge win.
Yeah.
But
Wait,
they still control, Google and stuff. But that was a huge win for Wikipedia. But yeah, no, I believe the Michael Jackson pedophile stuff, and I feel so bad to just think he's this evil.
Yeah, the way he talks about it sounds like Allie. I think maybe he was Monkey Ultron. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Seems like everybody has a daddy pulling the strings. Yeah, bad
person,
shit.
and you go, oh, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he did just care about kids, and because there was one celebrity kid that always sweared he didn't.
Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah, and he'd always swear.
Yep.
He just didn't want to admit it, and you're like, man, he was probably telling the truth.
Yeah, and the more you dig into it, the more you realize that Michael Jackson was just a really kind, big kid, kind of, who had his childhood taken from him and just wanted to do right by the world. Wonderful dude.
And they make you out to be the worst possible thing you could be.
And then they fucking kill you. Whoops.
What was his doctor? Michael Jackson's doctor.
I forget his name, but his doctor was prescribing him these things to help him sleep. He's prescribing him things that he, like sedatives to help him sleep, that he wasn't supposed to be. I looked in. I don't know if his doctor was Jewish. I forget. I try not to like go overbearing on like everybody has to be Jewish.
It's just like that will make you like not.
Yeah, it's unhealthy, and it's like, and that's not the point. The point is not that like all Jewish people are in on this thing. The point is that like is that Jewish people are susceptible to being approached by this organization, and we need to support the Jewish people that reject it. Like we need to
encourage them to be on our side. So I think these people that are Jews bad, they're a big problem. Because we need to bring Jews to our side, not push them away, not be like, you're a Jew.
We need to heal. We don't need to like create more divides, because the last thing we need is to create another holocaust of sorts, whatever that was. Like we don't need to like, and I don't mean that flippantly, like any death is death. I'm just saying that like you don't create more death or more reasons for division in order to like you need to heal. And in order to heal, we need to realize that Israel is the leading cause of anti-Semitism in this world today. Right. And any Jew that realizes that, like, thank you for seeing that and speaking up, because we need to all unite around like just stop killing people, especially kids. Like,
I mean,
stop colonizing.
And I get a lot of hate mail from Jews, but then I do get sometimes I get some positive message being like, "Thank you, I woke up to my own people. We don't all hate you." So I do get those messages too. So there are some that are seeing it. I get a lot more "fuck you," "I hope you die," "I want to rape you," and stuff like that. But
wait, Jake Shields. Someone has messaged you, "Fuck you, die, I want to rape you," to you, Jake Shields. Look at that. Look at that face he's making. He's like, "No, I said it. I said it."
they're really obsessed with rape. It's kind of weird.
He's like, no, Sneako is the one who sent it to me.
One of the biggest wake-up calls was when Ye.
Why does it say jujitsu on the wall? Dude, these guys are so funny.
Started talking about this, and then he showed the messages that he was getting
from Harley Pasternak.
From Harley Pasternak, who was able to get Ellen Page to become, Elliot Page.
Elliot Page.
You know, one of these celebrity handlers.
Too? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, what is he?
Wait, is he attributing? He's attributing Harley Pasternak to Ellen, or to Ellen Page transitioning.
Ellen Page was an inception. She was a pretty girl, and then
what was the guy? Was he the same or no? Or is he not a
Harley Pasternak?
Yeah.
Oh,
he's the celebrity trainer. He is a Jew, and he was.
I think he's a Nazi. Pretty sure. Yeah, because he's like one of the early. He's one of the. I think he's one of the fucking. He's one of the Operation Paperclip scientists, I believe. Yeah, he was a psychologist. Nazi, and he was. I have a newspaper clipping in the Miro somewhere of Harley Pasternak's dad being selected by Alan Dulles to run some fucking psychology department or something. Harley Pasternak's dad. Yeah. And that was in like the 60s. That shit, dude, that feels like a cover up, or like a cover new article, like to establish like identity or establish residence almost, But and again, that feels like say we're Jewish or not Jewish, I don't care. You know what I mean? Because their overall mission is to fucking kill Jewish people. I mean, that's what the Nazis did last time, right?
He was military intelligence for Canada, and there's an interview online where he's talking about what he used to do for them, and he's talking about how he used to test drugs for Canadian military intelligence, and they ask him what kind of drugs, and he's like, oh, like shit you've never heard of.
Mind control.
Yeah, mind control.
That's Nazi shit, though. That's not fucking Jewish shit, you dumbass. Who owns all the fucking pharmaceutical companies? IG Farben. Jewish people? The Jewish people make Zyklon B for themselves, you dumbass? You fucking idiot. AG Bayer. Who owned that?
Stuff.
Right, exactly. And that was his message.
Manson, that mind
Bingo.
control and Ultra
MK
right
Ultra,
now.
all that stuff.
And tell us about Ye's text messages real quick.
Ye sent the text message after he started talking about Israel, and Harley Pasternak said like, "Oh, I'm gonna send you to the Shadow Realm. Like, I'll send you to Zombie Land."
Dude, Blair said, do you know that the SS had their own intelligence agency separate from Abwehr, and Reinhard Heydrich was the leader of it? What's the name of it? I know that they have like three different intelligence agencies, and this is why we're in the predicament that we are, I think, is because they fucking had these 3 insane intelligence agencies all over in Germany, and most of their and like 2/3 of the Abwehr, you know, like the CIA of Germany, 2/3 of it, I think, was dedicated to foreign shit. It wasn't like internal intelligence. It was like looking outside of Germany. Yeah. It's all Nazis, bro. Oh, large boy nuggets, you haven't missed anything. We've just been bitching about Ian Carroll this whole time.
Drug you up so much that you'll never, Christmas with the kids will never be the same. Or
basically, I'm
going
to take you away from your kids, and I'm going to drug you up so much you're never going to be the same again. And then you understand why you see celebrities pop up sometimes when they start asking questions, like you see a TMZ report like, oh, crazy celebrity was running through the streets naked. Like, why did this happen? This guy was just in a movie I loved. He suddenly went insane. It's like, okay, well, then maybe they had a celebrity trainer that was giving them some information and urging them, maybe your depression will be solved if you cut your dick off and you become Elliot Page and, you know, you change your gender.
I mean, what they did to that girl. She was a pretty girl. Now you see this.
She looks so sad.
It's just, they say trans joy and you see pure sadness in her eyes. It makes me so mad when I see that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that trans people deserve so much compassion and love. It's like, you guys have been through so much and it's so hard. It's like it's so complicated, but it's like, we don't need to like hate them for what they're going through. We need to talk about the people that are doing it to them. And it's like, especially the people that are doing it to people that don't have fully informed consent, especially kids. Holy shit, a kid can't consent to that. Like, that's not
just evil. These doctors are pushing on them.
Dude.
Therapists, the teachers, it's just pure evil.
Well, the problem is that they make us seem like the hateful ones who's like, well, trans people have the highest suicide rate. Well, let's say, well, and
dude, Sneako's like, I'm just trying to save the kids, guys. If you could give me a couple kids' phone numbers, yo, please. I just want to text with kids. That's all I want to do, okay? Not anything freaky like these gay trans people that are always in my thoughts. Always in my thoughts. I can't shake it. I can't. All I can think about is trans people and gay trans people. I'm obsessed with it. I'm obsessed. That's all I talk about. It's all I ever think about. Literally behind my eyes is flashing over and over and over and over and over. It's just a bunch of gay trans things happening. I don't know why.
enabling their delusion and their mental illness is not going to make it better.
It's because trans people are putting it in my head. That's why we have to get rid of all trans people, and then I'll stop thinking about trans people always. And gays. We have to get rid of all the gay people, and then I'll never think of another gay thought. No, I didn't think of gay thought. What did I say? I said, see another gay thing in my head. I know I'm not seeing gay stuff in my head. I mean, oh no. And then he implodes. Sneako, it's okay, buddy. It gets better.
After they transition, the suicide rate doesn't decrease. It goes up. Like, after 7 years, they realize that this existence is meaningless, and then the dopamine wears off of becoming Elliot instead of Ellen. Then they realize their body's different.
Yeah, let's skip ahead. Sorry. Thank you for letting me know.
And so you could put yourselves in the shoes of these really rich people.
I hate hearing that shit, too. I don't know how to respond. So yeah, let's just skip ahead. Fuck that shit. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking Jake or Sneako weirdo. That dude texts with minors, just so everyone knows, okay?
That believe in science, and if they...
But yeah, sorry, Blair. Thank you for letting me know.
From their perspective, it's like, well, you know, the weak, the poor, the depressed, the sad... Like,
let's just go through the fucking end real quick and just see how he wraps it up so we can get off this fucking weirdo.
The spirit of being American is when you get a 2% tax from a foreign nation, you dump.
I just wanted to make sure, double quadruple check that we are talking about a straight up fucking Nazi here, okay? Just so everyone knows. This is an infiltrator fucking Nazi. Where is he? Put his big look at that disgusting hair. This dude, Nazi. Dude, he is looking familiar. Like, weird familiar, right? We're going to get to the bottom of it. I know we will. But yeah, screw this guy. We don't even need to watch the rest of this fucking video. Sure seems like it now. Here, he comes with the scapegoats, Jews, and the trans people, yeah. But those people are hateful, man. And those are the people that are propped up by companies like Google and Twitter and TikTok and, you know, those are the fucking people that you get advertised to watch. They push them at you for free. They want you to think stupid shit like that. Like, I don't know. It's gross, man. But I think it's pretty obvious at this point, right? It feels like it. Just so happens my enemy is also your enemy, yeah. Damn, Icon's talking about his craters. But Nazis are... It's a free-for-all on Nazis. You can say anything about a fucking Nazi. Craters and all. I think it probably is hereditary. If I know anything about Nazis, it's that they're inbred. Lockheed apparently... Apparently, since he had the solution... Yeah, dude, Lockheed is... Their solution, yeah, he's like, yeah, solution is World War III. That's what I'm amping everyone up for. Me and Johnny Harris. Me and the 10,000 feds that work at Tik.
My name is Aaron. I've been with Facebook for 2 years now. I'm a product policy manager.
What does your job entail?
We're part of the team that writes the rules for Facebook. If something violates our standards for safety and security, what Facebook could, should, can do.
You and your team are faced with very important decisions, especially when it comes to content.
There's very little agreement whether we should be leaving more content up, taking more content down, with any particular rule or issue.
They're like, we like to pick stuff that makes people violent and divisive. That's what us, the CIA, that's what we're trying to do. Did you guys ever hear about that? Myanmar, you know, it was a genocide in Myanmar and Facebook was the cause of it. Yeah, we're trying to do that globally. That was a trial run. You guys get it?
Issue that we're looking at where something has come up where the rules are not 100% clear. We're not going to make everybody happy.
How does your team work on that?
Transparency is...
I love that he's just saying that up top. He's like, we are here to make sure that none of you are happy, okay?
It's incredibly important in the work that I do. How do we...
Dude, these are the fucking internet police. Hey, to the 3 that are in here, suck me. You're a fucking awful person. You're a terrible, worthless human. You negatively affect society. We are going to launch you into the sun. I'm sorry. No, I'm not.
Think about the balance between harmful content and protecting freedom of speech. It's a balance.
Does it ever make you feel uncomfortable to be put in a position where you're having to draw the line?
Yes, and I think it should make me uncomfortable, and all of us who do this work. If 99% of the people are expressing themselves, sharing their family photos, exchanging ideas, and 0.001% are encouraging violence or spreading harmful content, that can ruin the thing for everybody. These decisions...
It's funny the feds are the ones that do most of the violence.
Can have real effects on people. We're developing rules and policies without regulation. We're really navigating that space as best we can.
Why would updating regulations help you?
Regulation can help us better define what is acceptable and what's not. I think a standardized approach would help platforms all across the board actually give us guidelines where right now they're...
Anyway, these are the fucking squares making decisions about who can and cannot be on TikTok, okay? Annie. There's Annie right there. Do they honestly think anyone believes this is a real interview? I know, right? Those are the 2 most AOC-like feds I've ever seen in my life, bro. Dude, someone just shooting their stupid Cybertruck. He throws a clay pot at it. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, what is this? And Elon retweeted this. This is so funny. Oh my god, dude. Dude, he's gonna catch one of those right in the fucking face. I bet if you shot enough bullets at something like that, that eventually a ricochet would shoot into your head, right? A ricochet could come back at you, right? Dude, I don't know if the reposting of this is more cringe or the actual like swinging of the sledgehammer and the crowbar, or the fact that they used a fucking one of those Elon torches that are literally just roofing tar. Like, they're used to heat up tar on roofs for roofers. And he just slapped a sticker on it and charged $500 for it. That's what Elon did. And then this guy's using it to beat up his Cybertruck. Bro, this is so cringe. The way he's hitting that fucking screwdriver, bro. He's like, dude, come on. Dude, this is so cringe. Fuck these guys. Dude, the internet sucks so bad now because we let a bunch of Nazi D&D nerds take it over. Peter Thiel, everyone gave Peter Thiel, Bill Gates, and Elon Musk the keys to the fucking internet. How dare everyone? This is so embarrassing for everyone, bro. This is bad. What are we gonna do? Alright, where's Hecklefish? Come on, Hecklefish, make me happy. or do we watch... Dude, I don't know if I can watch heavy-ass Reinhard Heydrich right now. But let's save it for a minute. Let's find... is there a fun Antarctica anything? Anyone got anything good? This is who Sneako hangs out with, among other P words, too.
I'm racist and sexist. That's what you gotta remember. Don't attack me.
Love that for me.
And I hate you.
Wait, what?
So I'm racist and sexist. That's what you gotta remember. Don't attack me.
Love that for me.
And I hate Jews. No, I'm kidding. I don't. I love them. I love Jews. I love everybody. Yeah, come on. He started it. It's a joke. If you could pick one, I know he's recording. If you could pick one group of people to wipe out from the earth, what the fuck?
None of them.
None. Okay.
Period.
But is that an honest answer?
What about rapists?
You wouldn't wipe out. She loves.
Whoa.
She wouldn't wipe out all rapists.
You wouldn't wipe them out.
Oh yeah.
Dude. And Nick Fuentes super gives me Elon. Like, now that I understand it's all a giant incestual family of insecure fucking mongoloids, like Nazi loser alien people with big ass chins, and they're all family. Nick Fuentes makes so much sense to me now. He's like another Elon type. He like has this insatiable, or like for some reason he has so much like confidence. I don't know. He's like a baby that's like showing off always and always praised for it, or so, I don't know. I don't get why he's around. Why does Nick Fuentes exist? But if he was like Peter Thiel cousin, that makes sense to me.
So we're talking about the gay community?
The thing is, no, I was talking about the Jewish community.
All right, because if it was pedos, it would be gay.
Who are these women that go on the Fresh and Fit podcast? Are they all like actresses that are just like go on once?
They don't know any good jokes. I'm not God, so I don't think I have that decision.
Do you watch Jared Taylor's late night show? Jared Taylor's late night show? Do you watch American Renaissance?
I don't.
You know Richard Spencer?
No.
Who do you watch? Ben Shapiro?
I don't watch anybody.
Dude, these guys are so...
No, but I like her. She's
virginal.
an attorney.
This is the white liberal. This is the Jewish liberal. The Jewish liberal's giving the white liberal a run for her money. I'm not
she's
gonna lie.
conservative. Wait a minute. So you're not gonna go crazy if he?
She's conservative.
That wasn't a very conservative booby shit.
Okay.
Thank you for that. But if he questions the narrative, you don't get angry.
Yo, first, let me talk to you. Oh, it's a younger one. He's the youngest. It's a younger one.
Like, these are just like models that they hire to come and sit in the podcast while they all blab, right? Like, these women don't like like them, right? Oh my god. Dude, are we doomed? Fuck. I don't want to be doomed, man. I'm still gone, right? Let's just make sure. Oh man. Yeah, I think we probably lost out. It's probably gone. Fuck 'em. Dude, wanna watch something about Atlantis for a fucking minute? What is this? Come on. Oh my god, now it's gone.
This episode of the Wi-Fi.
You know the other reason the Hecklefish is alright? Doesn't give me copy strikes. Which mostly just, I don't have to like... Dude, when you have one of those things and you have to take it out of the episode, it takes like 24 hours for YouTube to remove it. How crazy.
Files is brought to you by PDS Debt. The accepted narrative describes the Knights Templar as humble warrior monks protecting Christians on the road to Jerusalem. The Knights were later betrayed and ultimately destroyed. But there is another story within that story. It's a legend filled with murder, mystery, and buried treasure, and it involves a secret powerful enough to rewrite history and change the world. Yes, the Templars were in Jerusalem protecting Christians, but that was their cover story. The real reason they were there was the
Ark of the Covenant?
They were looking for something, ancient technology. So as soon as the Knights Templar arrived in the Holy Land, they started digging.
Dude, oh, wait, that just reminded me real quick. I just want to see if Alex Akasha, dude, I found so many documents. He has so many documents, dude. It's awesome. Look at this. Holy shit. Look at all this. But he had one I saw. Well, first off, he had this one, which is like... Dude, remember last week when I was like, do you guys sometimes chief up before you do your gateway tapes? And then, I forget, was Canna Queen was like, I smoke all day. But he wrote a whole research paper on how marijuana is for frickin' talking to source. Alex Putney. And then there's a whole bunch of like just small pyramid ones that are really fucking cool. Look at this one. That's a pyramid, dog. That's a fucking pyramid. The pyramids of yuck. And there's always megalithic fucking poured stone basalt formations around these things, dude. They're all so connected. It's so awesome. It's like definitive. For sure, dude. All of these are so fucking connected. And they're all within certain measurements away from Giza. Like Giza was like the center. That was like where everything was centered from, I think. And like the Giza pyramid. And then like all of the other things are all like within like, you know, certain rings or certain percentages of the earth away from Giza. Like they're all on the same ring. It's There's no way they're not all totally connected. It's so cool. I can't believe I didn't realize this until now. Like, you know, recently. Whoa. See, there's like a whole this is like a LiDAR, I think, or something. It's like a whole village, a whole complex of shit down there. It's all submerged. There's a ton of these that are submerged, dude. It's so crazy. Where'd all the fucking water come from? Or was it like just because the earth was tilted a different way that the water settled weird? Like, yeah, dude, look, all this shit looks like there was stuff there and then mud swept over it, right? Like, that's what the pyramids in Bosnia look like. It looks like they're covered in 5 feet of dirt. Like, boys, it's time to get digging. Oh my God, look at these levitation balls? No way. Acoustic wave focusing was used to generate strong EM fields around the spherical resonators, enabling their levitation from huge parabolic stone bowls measuring from 3 to 13 feet. Trumpets, horns, and drums of all kinds were played by an orchestra arranged in nested semicircles at specific distances from the concave levitation bowl, according to their frequency output to achieve levitation. What? Dude, they did not move this shit with trumpets, with literal music. Is that how they did it? No way. Are these the levitation bowls? Oh my God. What the hell? I don't know. We'll have to look into it one night. But yeah, dude, look at all this stuff. There's so many good things in here. Raised temples. Dude, this dude is prolific. He's been putting out tons of research papers with great pictures. Oh my God, dude, there's pyramids everywhere. Look at this. This is in Wyoming. HHO plasma flash. Yeah, there's supposedly all over by these pyramids and shit. There's like these plasma sightings, which is pretty cool. Is this a pyramid? Everything's a pyramid. Alrighty, let's watch our show. But yeah, we've got a lot of Alex Putney. We'll get the new channel started clean with a new fresh Alex Putney.
And then yeah, I know, Seymour, but it's only for a couple of days.
Human, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I need some cash.
Well, hello to you too.
No time for chit chat. You.
Do you mind if I incorporating astrology? The Brothers of the East was a secret. The Brothers of the East was a secret order formed in Greece that eventually set up their headquarters in Istanbul.
Dude, I'm done with these secret orders. No more secret societies. I'm so over it.
They practiced alchemy. They studied sacred geometry. They performed rites and rituals incorporating astrology, astronomy, music, and mathematics.
Dude, I'm telling you, didn't Thoth invent alchemy? He would not want all of you guys being as fucking lame as you are, okay? I'm sorry, but you're all so lame. He wanted you to share the knowledge of the piss stone.
So when Hugh de Paynes, a French nobleman, met the Brothers of the East, he was excited. De Paynes was technically Catholic, as most of Europe was, but he had family members who were of the Sufi Islamic faith, which is the more mystical side of Islam. De Dupains had been told of this secret group that possessed and was protecting ancient knowledge. He wanted to meet this group and see for himself. At this time in history, Europe was in chaos. Various kingdoms were rising and falling and warring with each other. In the East, Muslims and Christians were clashing. The world was tearing itself apart, yet the brothers of the East possessed a peaceful wisdom. They weren't concerned with modern politics. The brothers had a purpose that was much more important. Once mutual trust was established, the brothers of the East told the European visitors their story. Well, not their story, the story. It was the story of an ancient civilization that thrived thousands of years ago. The people were highly spiritual and highly advanced. It was a civilization that was free of poverty. Wealth was meaningless. They devised methods of growing crops so that every citizen was fed. They could control the weather. Droughts and famine were impossible. To Hugh Dupains, this civilization had abilities that sounded like miracles or like sorcery. They could communicate over long distances instantly somehow. They had a way of levitating objects no matter how large or how heavy. They had medicine.
Dude, they did have levitation. Fucking... Dude. We're gonna get the levitation stuff back. Man, who wiped out all these ancient cool cities?
That could cure any illness, allowing people to live very long lives. War didn't exist. There was such an abundance of resources that anyone can have whatever they wanted. And what these people wanted most...
Dane, what are you doing about your piss when you move?
was to pursue their own spirituality. And then they were gone. How, Dupains asked, could a civilization this powerful, who seemed to be able to control nature itself, be suddenly wiped out? The brothers of the East said in a single day the ground shook, and volcanoes emerged and erupted. Then a giant flood swept over the earth and destroyed everything.
I know where this is going.
It was then that Hugh Dupains and his 8 knights learned of Atlantis.
Yahtzee!
Hugh Dupains and his fellow knights were...
I won't be mean to Hecklefish today. That was a really good joke. Good job, Hecklefish.
...riveted by the story. Dupains...
You're endearing.
...was a nobleman, a count in fact. He was the Count of Champagne.
Le Mouet Champagne. Oh, pardon my French.
Dupains was an educated man. He knew about Plato and his stories of the island of Atlantis. He thought they were just stories. The brothers said Plato was mostly correct, but Atlantis wasn't just a city or even just...
Didn't we all think they were stories, eh?
...an island. It was a civilization that spanned the globe, and each city was connected using...
I wish I had a dry ass, am I right?
...transportation technology that, again, sounded like magic. The story became almost overwhelming. Almost. The brothers said that ancient relics of Atlantis still exist, and they still possess their power. The power to travel great distances, the power of communication, the power to heal, perhaps even the secret to immortality. If ever discovered, these artifacts would be the most powerful and dangerous devices on Earth. Dupains said that any kingdom, any country, any religion would kill to have access to this power.
This is why I think that literally the Nazis are heating up the Earth, because I think isn't Atlantis is probably down there, right? I think they're just fucking heating it up with all the oil. They don't give a fuck. They're gonna thaw. They're gonna, dethaw. Or no, thaw, I guess is... Yeah. They're gonna thaw out this city that's been frozen at the bottom of the world for 10,000 years.
The brothers of the East agreed. The technology of Atlantis could not fall into the wrong hands, so Hugh Dupains was offered an assignment.
Nazis, so they decided Nazis should get it.
Find the ancient artifacts and bring them back to Europe for safekeeping. Hugh and the other 8 men immediately agreed and formed a secret fellowship. But where do they start looking? The brothers said they'll find artifacts under the location of what used to be King Solomon's temple, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. The knights would have to act quickly. The Holy Land was a dangerous place. Jerusalem was taken by Christian crusaders in 1099, but who knows how long they could hold it. And there was another problem. It wasn't just the knights that knew about the artifacts. Groups of Christians, Jews, Muslims, they were searching too. So when the knights arrived in the Holy Land in 1120, they set up their headquarters where Solomon's temple once stood. They officially became known as Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and the Temple of Solomon, the Knights Templar. And the knights played the role of courageous warrior monks, protecting Christians making the long pilgrimage to the Holy Land. But while some Knights Templar guarded Jerusalem, other knights were digging beneath it. Day and night they dug, until one day they struck gold. Literally. The Brothers of the East were right. They promised the Knights Templar that if they dug under the Temple Mount, they would find artifacts that once belonged to the great civilization of Atlantis. The Knights found a large box made of acacia wood and gold. There was no question they had found the legendary Ark of the Covenant. And then, they found 5 more.
The fuck? And each of these arcs are supposed to be like energy sources, right?
Year after year, the Knights Templar pulled treasures from beneath Jerusalem. They found the Spear of Destiny, the Holy Grail, the Emerald Tablet, and pages of ancient esoteric wisdom. They learned there were 10 arcs, though they only found 6. The arcs were used in conjunction with pyramids around the world to create limitless energy. This was similar to what Nikola Tesla attempted at Wardenclyffe Tower. If you want to learn how this technology worked, we have an episode that explains scientifically how the Great Pyramid of Giza could have been a power generator.
Pyramid link below.
Within the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid is a stone box. Mainstream Egyptology says this box is a sarcophagus to store a mummy, but no mummy was ever found there, and the dimensions of the box are kind of small for a human body. But the box is the perfect size to store one of the arcs. The Knights Templar discovered that the pyramids were built for one specific purpose, to store the arcs. And the arcs, they were built to store manna. In the Bible, manna was a food source that appeared to the Israelites in the desert. It's described as fine flakes that look like frost on the ground. But according to Templar tradition, the Israelites and the Atlanteans before them extracted manna from plant and animal matter and turned it into a monoatomic white powder. This white powder provides energy.
A white powder that provides energy? New York in the 80s was wild, eh?
You're thinking about something else. The manna acted as an electrical superconductor and powered the arcs inside the pyramids. The arcs generated unlimited energy for the thriving civilization. They learned these alchemical secrets from none other than the Emerald Tablet.
Emerald Tablet link below.
The Emerald Tablet gave detailed instructions on extracting mana from animal bones. The mana could then be used for energy or even for healing illness.
Hey, didn't
What?
the Emerald Tablet also tell you how to become immortal by making the Philosopher's Stone?
Yep.
I'm eating pee.
Yes.
Yeah, piss.
Eating lots of pee.
Yes.
Immortality sounds gross.
It does, but if you want to be immortal...
Ain't no such thing as a free lunch.
Nope.
Even if lunch is pee.
That's enough. Some of these ancient texts even talked about creating mana from gold. When mana was extracted from gold, it could be used to make objects lighter, for levitation. Now think about it. The Ark is a box almost 4 feet long and 3 feet wide. It's made of gold. Gold is heavy. The Ark of the Covenant also contained the 10 Commandments, which were carved into stone tablets. Stone is heavy. Just the gold would have weighed almost 1,000 pounds. That doesn't include the weight of the stone or the acacia wood. Yet it only took 4 men to carry it. By the way, the men who carried the Ark were Levites. Levite. Levitation.
Ark of the Covenant, link below.
The Knights Templar.
Yeah, dude, I never understood. I still don't understand the Ark of the Covenant.
Also found very old texts that even predated the civilization of Atlantis. These documents spoke of a non-human race that enslaved humanity thousands of years ago to mine gold.
Anunnaki!
Yahtzee. The Anunnaki come up a lot on this channel, and I promise I'll do a full episode on them. But
Himmler was related, had a connection to the Knights Templar of Germany? Oh my god, of course he did.
Here's the short version. The Anunnaki were gods worshipped by the ancient Sumerians, but they were actually aliens from a planet beyond Neptune called Nibiru. The Anunnaki arrived on Earth about 450,000 years ago, searching for resources, specifically gold. They were trying to solve an atmospheric crisis on their planet. Now, finding gold in abundance, they settled on Earth and established mining operations. Eventually, the Anunnaki created a labor force by genetically modifying early human ancestors, accelerating the evolution of Homo sapiens.
We need this episode, Chief.
I know, we'll do it, I promise.
Yeah. Your promises and $60 are worth about 1 night's worth of mana.
Okay. So the Templars knew about the Anunnaki and how they converted gold into a powder used for healing, levitation, and generating electricity. And it wasn't just the Atlanteans and Israelites that knew about mana. Sumerian texts spoke of an alchemical science called Graal, which you can't help but notice is similar to the word grail. The Sumerians used a substance called shimana that was used to help the Anunnaki gods power their flying craft. In Vedic, Hindu, and Jain texts, this substance was called vimana, which again was used to power flying crafts. Polynesian cultures believe mana is a force of nature anyone can extract. Buddhists call it mani. Though the words vary slightly in all these cultures, the definition and use are the same. Mana is a potent substance that allows humanity to tap into something very powerful in nature. And by the way, the Templar cross, you can find that carved everywhere and every time civilization existed. The cross is all over ancient Egypt. And you can even see the cross carved on the ancient Sumerian depictions of the Anunnaki. Templar legend says this was actually the symbol of Atlantis. After Atlantis was destroyed in the Great Flood,
The Younger Dryas.
Yep, the Templar legend of Atlantis and the Great Flood is exactly like every other flood myth we find in every culture around the world. After the flood, a few survivors restarted civilization with knowledge from Atlantis. The cross was carved in their honor. But not everything the Knights found was Atlantean. Some artifacts were from just 1,000 years before, during the time of Jesus. There were ancient texts that confirmed a lot of what was said in the Bible. But some texts contradicted the Bible. There was no way the Knights could let the church find out what they discovered. The Catholic Church was growing more powerful every year. If the truth came out, it could shake the very foundation of the faith, and the Knights Templar would be destroyed. Besides, much of the Knights' funding came from the church. But no historical document compared to the shock of what they discovered next, an ossuary, which is a collection of bones. This ossuary held the bones of a very famous religious family, all buried together. The Knights found the bones of Mary Magdalene, John the Baptist, and Jesus himself. But they also found the bones of the children Mary had with both of them.
Yo.
To call what the Knights Templar discovered blasphemous would be a huge understatement. They discovered documents and artifacts that would literally destroy the church. They needed to keep these treasures safe from being destroyed. They needed to keep them from falling into the wrong hands, specifically the Pope's hands. The Templars knew that the existence of the bones of John, Jesus, and Mary Magdalene and their children would mean the end of the Catholic Church. But to rub salt in an already gaping wound, the Templars found something potentially even more threatening to the church, an alternate belief system. The Templars were Christian, but not in the strictest sense, as most of Europe was, and more importantly, as their king and employers were. Spreading information contrary to the teachings of the Catholic Church was not only heresy, it was a death sentence. Remember, this was all happening at the time of the Crusades. Religions were at war. The Templars couldn't speak about their findings, but couldn't ignore them either. So instead, they hid them, they protected them, and studied them. Some ancient wisdom included blasphemous ideas like the divine feminine, reincarnation, heaven as a state of mind, and an innate connection to the Creator. The Knights maintained their appearance.
No, what is Zeitgeist? Is it a JFK thing? I feel like I've been suggested to watch that a couple times, and I can never, find it.
As devout Catholics. They had to. Their biggest patron was the Catholic Church. You don't bite the hand that feeds you, especially the most powerful hand on earth. But in secret, the Knights Templar were Christian Gnostics. Gnosticism comes from the Greek word gnosis, meaning divine knowledge. Other cultures call this enlightenment. The basic premise is that spirituality can be found within, without needing an outside institution. So no reason to have priests, monks, saviors, or churches at all. You didn't need them to find God. He's already within you. One of the earliest Templar documents mentions God-given rights. Now, Americans use this phrase, or something close to it, in the Declaration of Independence, but that was in the 18th century. The idea of God-given rights during the time of the Templars meant excommunication or worse. Only the Roman Church could give someone rights. Any alternative was bad for business. And instead of worshiping Jesus, many Knights Templar idolized John the Baptist, who they believe initiated Jesus into Gnosticism in the Great Pyramid. To the Templars, Jesus represented a Christos, a universal consciousness anyone could access, similar to the Buddha. They learned that being born again didn't refer to baptism. It referred to reincarnation, which someone would literally be born again. With the bones of Jesus, sacred documents, and artifacts from an ancient civilization, the Templars had plenty of evidence to back up their beliefs. They wanted to share this knowledge, but it wasn't the right time. The church was too powerful. They would have to wait. They would wait until this knowledge could be shared with the entire world and not seized by one pope or one king. So after years of digging, these early knights returned to Europe with the treasures and knowledge and hid it. And then they built an empire. For 200 years, the Knights Templar grew and thrived. Their numbers increased from a handful of soldiers to tens of thousands of men and women. The Catholic Church and Christian lords throughout Europe gave the Knights Templar money, land, and power to help their cause. The Templars created cathedrals, power structures, and systems of democracy. They created the first banking system.
Yo, fuck these Templars.
A system we still use today. During the Dark Ages, the journey from Europe to Jerusalem was dangerous. Road agents were robbing the pilgrims of everything they had. So the Knights Templar set up locations along the way called commanderies. At any one of these locations, you could deposit your gold in exchange for a note. You then take this note to another commandery and exchange it for gold. And for every transaction, the Knights Templar charged a small fee. It was an ingenious system used by thousands of people for hundreds of years. Over time, those little fees added up. Now, individually, the Knights were poor. When joining, you gave all your wealth to the Order. The Order then took care of you and all its members. The treasures and knowledge passed from generation to generation, with each Grand Master responsible for their safekeeping. And for those few hundred years, the Knights Templar were extremely successful at distracting the church from their true purpose. A little too successful.
Damn, they're like the secret renegade part of the CIA even. They're like H.W. Bush's section of the fucking CIA. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like doing side quests on their own with no oversight and not having to answer or ask anyone. They're just like doing whatever they want. George H.W. Bush is like, I want to eat a man's heart live on the battlefield. And everyone's like, well, we can't tell George Bush no, he's crazy.
Eventually, the Knights Templar had their own armies, their own fleets of ships. They had their own merchants, masons, and farmers. They were independent and self-sustaining. The Knights Templar became the first multinational corporation. They had no need for a king or country. In fact, the opposite happened. The Knights Templar were so wealthy that King Philip of France was borrowing money from them.
I didn't know that they were like, dude, this is crazy. Oh my God, yeah, they're like, what, the first hedge fund?
In the fall of 1307, King Philip IV needed financing for another war. He wasn't going to borrow any more money from the Knights. Instead, he would take it from them. The Templars had gone from humble defenders of Christianity to a serious threat to the entire...
I want to eat a man's heart live on this battlefield. Now watch this drive.
...entire power structure of Europe, the king and the church. And like many powerful rulers, King Philip didn't tolerate threats. So Philip and Pope Clement V devised a plan. Pope Clement, by the way, was born Raymond Bertrand and was a childhood friend of the king. When the previous pope died in 1304, King Philip made sure his friend was elected to what was one of the most powerful seats of power on earth. In short, the pope owed him one. On Friday the 13th of October 1307, 100 Templars, including the Grand Master Jacques de Molay, were arrested. For 7 years, they were threatened and tortured to try to gain access to their knowledge and wealth. After making false confessions, they were found guilty of heresy and sentenced to death. But now, there's a plot twist. For centuries, history claimed the church had condemned the Knights Templar as heretics and eventually had them executed. But in 2001, a document was found in the Vatican Secret Archives. It's called the Chinon Parchment. The Chinon Parchment documented the inquiry led by 3 cardinals appointed by Pope Clement V. It details the investigation and the charges against the Templar leaders, including the Grand Master Jacques de Molay. The Chinon Parchment reveals that the Pope absolved the Templar leaders of heresy. They were allowed to reconcile with the Church. The Pope would allow the Order of the Knights Templar to continue their work. King Philip didn't like this result. He applied pressure to the Pope. Remember, the Pope owed him one. So in 1312, Pope Clement officially disbanded the Knights Templar. The leaders of the order, including Jacques de Molay, were later burned at the stake on charges of heresy, even though they were forgiven of these crimes.
Yeah, right.
But Grandmaster Jacques de Molay would enact a small token of revenge for this betrayal of justice. As he slowly burned to death, Molay issued a curse to the Pope and the King of France. He promised them that they would be dead within a year. This was March of 1314. A few weeks later, Pope Clement was dead. According to one account, while lying in state, he was struck by lightning. The fire was so intense that his body was unrecognizable. And if you read up on this pope, you'll agree that this was divine justice. In November, King Philip had a stroke and died. He was 46.
Look at that Paul Wysopal ass fucking chin right there, dude. For sure. Dude, this is a draconian for sure. Lizard man.
6 years.
Paul's grandfather, Habsburg.
Old. The Templar curse was fulfilled. France had...
Yeah, false exes. Just like the subby sabos.
Now lost its king and its pope, and Europe had lost their beloved knights, or so it seemed. When the arrest order was given on October 13th, the Knights Templar knew it was coming. They had spies everywhere. They had known for weeks, and they used those weeks to plan. On October 12th, the night before the arrest order was given, the Templars' entire fleet of ships disappeared into the darkness. And aboard those ships were all the ancient Atlantean artifacts, the holy treasures, and forbidden documents. Jacques de Molay and about 100 knights stayed behind. They hoped they could reason with the king and the pope. They failed in that mission, but succeeded in another. Disbanded but not destroyed, in hiding but not in prison, the Templars formed into smaller groups. They assimilated into other orders. Some assumed new identities and disappeared altogether. The Knights Templar in name ended in 1312, but their mission continued. In fact, it continues today. The
CIA.
Evidence is everywhere.
Central Idiot Association Knights Templar.
Evidence of the Knights Templar can be found all over the world. After they disbanded, they were determined to keep their knowledge and traditions alive, so they created alias groups to avoid detection. In Scotland, they became Freemasons. Portugal, they were known as the Knights of Christ. In
That's right. Yeah, it just goes straight line, right?
Germany, they created Rosicrucianism.
God, it all makes sense. It all makes so much sense, bro. All these Nazis are Rosicrucian, loser-ass Nazis. Oh my God. Yes. We got them. Knights Templar. We're fighting the Nazis are the Knights Templar. God, they're so lame.
There's also evidence of them in the early Americas. Nova Scotia has the legendary Oak Island, with buried Templar treasure and deadly curses.
We should go dig up their treasure and steal it.
An indigenous tribe in Panama, known as the White Indians of Darien, have pale skin and Caucasian features. Some believe they're descendants of the first Templars in the Americas. When asked about the Knights Templar, the natives call them our brothers. In early Europe, Templars were the first Vikings. The first pirates were Knights Templar. The famous skull and crossbones symbol, the Jolly Roger, that flag was first flown by the Templar Navy to frighten their enemies before battle. One of the most famous Templar symbols is the red cross with a white background. Another is the depiction of several knights on a horse, like this statue in London. Both of these are found in cathedrals and chapels all across Europe. If you read or saw the Da Vinci Code, you may remember Roslin Chapel in Scotland. Pagan and Templar symbols are on every inch of it. Some, like this carving of a knight on horseback, are obvious. This is the gravestone for William Sinclair. It's in the lower part of Roslin Chapel. It specifically says Knight Templar. William Sinclair had no love for the church and provided help to any Knights Templar who asked for it. But it's not just crosses and horses that the Knights engraved on their architecture. There are more subtle clues relating to some of their Gnostic and sometimes pagan beliefs. Sculptures of angels in strange positions are common in Roslin Chapel and are an important rite in Freemasonry. But Freemasonry wasn't supposed to have started until 1717. Roslin Chapel was built in 1446. Over 100 of these little...
Wait, angels in weird positions is a thing in Freemasonry? Jesus Christ, these guys are weird. Yeah, I need to start understanding more of the Freemason bullshit so I can spot it more.
Green men are scattered around Roslin Chapel. They're pagan symbols and thought to originate from ancient Celtics. Paganism simply refers to anything that isn't Christian, Muslim, or Jewish. Why would there be hundreds of non-Christian symbols in a Catholic church? Templar legend says they were placed there as a message. Some of the more interesting carvings are of plants that Europeans never should have known about. This is a picture of corn over one of the windows in Roslin Chapel, and here's one of trillium. But corn and trillium are native to North America. Roslin Chapel was built almost 50 years before Columbus sailed to the New World. How would Templars know what these plants look like? Well, isn't it obvious? They were there first. Templar legend says Sir Henry Sinclair, grandfather of the builder of Roslin Chapel, was not only a Templar, but was among the first Europeans to visit the New World. Not only that, but Christopher Columbus himself was associated with the Knights. He was a distant relative of the Sinclairs. Columbus's daughter was married to the Grand Master of the Order. He had access, as all Grand Masters do, to ancient knowledge of the Knights Templar, including their maps. Columbus knew there was something on the other side of the Atlantic. He didn't know what, but he knew there was land and treasure. He knew this because the Knights Templar had maps of the New World for centuries. One of these was the Piri Reis map, and you know this famous map. It shows the New World and Antarctica hundreds of years before they were rediscovered. Piri Reis, by the way, was a cartographer from Istanbul, which in his time was Constantinople, birthplace of the Knights Templar. Was Piri Reis a Templar? Maybe. Coincidence? Maybe. But when Columbus wanted to sail to the New World, he first approached King John of Portugal for financing. King John refused, so Columbus went to Portugal's enemies, Spain and England. Queen Isabella of Spain came up with the money first, and the rest is history. But Templar history tells a different story. They say Portugal refused to finance Columbus because they already knew about the New World. Knights Templar had been sailing there for years. Portugal was populated by so many knights that it was considered a Templar nation. In fact, the word Portugal means port of the Gauls, but Templars say it really means port of the Grail.
Ah!
Knights Templar history says they were trading with Native American tribes for years. That's where they got a lot of their gold. And the Templars had a very good relationship with the people of the New World. Columbus knew this. How do we know? Well, when Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria all flew flags with the Templar cross. He knew the natives would recognize this symbol and be peaceful. And they were at first. Sadly, the Europeans didn't return the favor. The Knights Templars say they were the first Europeans to visit the Americas. Fine. But can they prove it? They can. In 1898, Olaf Oman was clearing land on his farm in Minnesota when he stumbled upon a strange-looking rock. It was a tablet, about 30 inches tall and 16 inches wide. Carved in it were symbols that Oman didn't recognize. This tablet became known as the Kensington Runestone. Oman had it analyzed and translated. The inscription said it was left by Viking travelers in 1362. And this isn't a stone found on the coast. These Vikings were in the middle of the continent. Vikings in the New World, a century before Columbus. Now remember, according to Templar tradition, the first Vikings were Knights Templar. Then there's the Narragansett runestone, found in Rhode Island in 1939, also with Viking runes. Only 14 miles from where this runestone was discovered is Newport Tower. This is a mysterious 8-column structure. It's rumored to have been built by Vikings in the 1500s to track the solstices. The local museum says it's just the base of a lighthouse, but most locals disagree. As far back as the early 1800s, records and legends have given credit to Vikings. But why 8 columns? Why not just build it as one solid cylinder? Well, the answer leads us back to Gnosticism. The number 8 is highly significant to Gnostics. It represents completeness, a divine fullness. Remember earlier when I mentioned Jesus was initiated in the Great Pyramid? Well, there's a reason for that. If you watch the episode that we had about the pyramids,
link below,
you'll remember that the Great Pyramid has 8 sides, not 4.
Yeah.
To this day, Templars are initiated in the Great Pyramid, and they believe that Egypt was one of the main sources of wisdom for the original knights. And if you look, the number 8 is everywhere in Templar symbolism and architecture.
They get to go into the temple, they get to go into the pyramid to do their little thing.
Maltese cross has 8 points and was worn by
8 piss columns.
Medieval order of knights that were attacked by fire. Today, it's the symbol of many firefighters.
Yeah, shout out to NYFD, New York's bravest, eh?
Hear, hear. Buildings like Temple Church and Ely Cathedral in England have octagonal features and the number 8 scattered all over the place. You only have to look at a few pictures of Rosslyn Chapel to start seeing the number showing up again and again. Evidence of the Knights Templar is everywhere. Now, we can't cover the Knights without mentioning the Freemasons. Countless rites, symbols, and beliefs connect the two groups almost seamlessly.
Okay.
Masons trace their origins back to the Temple of Solomon.
Dude, this is easier. I thought I had to learn about a bunch of different groups. They're all the same. Rosicrucians, they're all just Knights Templar. The Rosicrucians, all the fucking... the Red Cross, the Rothschilds, it's all the same.
Just like the Templars.
They're just Knights Templar. So that's why they're doing all this dumbass, heinous shit.
On Oak Island, Nova Scotia, a money
Nazis
pit was discovered in 1795, along with a Templar engraving. Since then, the Freemasons have been involved in almost every search for the lost treasure. Both Masonic symbols and Templar crosses are scattered across the island. The connection between the groups is so deep that they still see each other as brothers to this day. Another Templar connection is with
Assassin's Creed,
Rosicrucianism, which heavily emphasizes the rose and the cross.
Yeah, and doing weird stuff. Like, it seems like a bunch of those kids that are Monkey Ultroned into doing, like, shootings and stuff. It seems like quite a few might have connections to Rosicrucianism.
Both Templar symbols. But why? Why did the Templars spend so much time and money hiding their legacy?
The Vatican literally helped the Ratline Nancys who forged Vatican docs that were then used to get Red Cross IDs and apply for visas. Exactly.
Well, the Knights Templar had a higher purpose. Their ultimate goal was to change the world for the better. They knew the ancient artifacts and knowledge would...
The better for who? They're like exclusively white people, like white incest people like us.
Be a shock to society, but this knowledge was never meant to stay hidden. Eventually, the Knights will share the truth, and the truth might come out sooner than you think.
Hopefully.
Timothy Hogan is the current Grand Master of one of the Templar orders. He's on a mission to prepare the world to embrace their
Grand Master?
Their secrets. He insists that this knowledge is powerful enough to drastically alter our society as we know it in a positive way. Currently, all the Templar treasures are hidden in vaults around the world, 7 of which are here in the United States. And according to Hogan, the world is just about ready.
Glacier National Park near Lake McDonald, you Nazis.
Ready for their release. He says they'll do it in a way where no one government, no one religion will have complete access to the information. The release of information will be controlled to ensure everyone benefits. Because really, that's
such a liar.
The Templars' entire purpose. It has been since the beginning. They wanted freedom for the people, physical freedom from the king, and spiritual freedom from the Pope. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible in the 14th century. But today, it could very well succeed. We're at a pivotal point in history.
Yeah, well, when are they gonna do it?
Where many feel like something is about to happen. They just don't know what. And I feel it too. Now, that might be nothing more than humanity's obsession with death and the end of the world.
We do be feeling that, am I right?
But maybe it's more than that. I think we all know that we can't go on living this way.
Yes.
Constant wars around the world, the hatred within our
Tesla tech
countries, the dishonesty of our leaders, the corruption of our institutions. It has to stop. Imagine how
he's gonna be like HHO plasma.
Different our lives would be if we had access to ancient wisdom and technology. It would be a revolution. We could finally do what Nikola Tesla almost did.
Yes.
Create free energy for the entire planet.
Yes.
It would take a while, but eventually, everyone on Earth could access healthy food, clean
it would be so cool.
Water, and live long, healthy lives free of illness and pain. It would be a revolution. Crime.
All you have to do is literally shake on one of Tesla's fun little vibrating poop machines. Dude, he stood on this machine that shook him so much that he said in like 2 seconds, he was like, dude, I gotta fucking take a dump. And then he said he just dropped a big old one, but that all of his ailments went away.
And poverty and war wouldn't be necessary in a world of abundance, all due to the artifacts being held in secret vaults around the world. It would be a revolution. That is, if they're real. Today's story of the Knights Templar comes from
they're definitely real.
One man, Timothy Hogan. He's the Grand Master of the Order of the Temple of Secret Initiates, the OTS.
Them fucking ears look like he looks the part. I'm just saying. Them ears be saying he might be in the Knights Templar. He might be a Nancy for sure. The Grand Master, like the Grand Dragon.
SI. He tells the story of ancient wisdom, alchemy, holy relics, and Atlantean artifacts. It's a fascinating story. But is it true? Well, there's nothing to debunk about his story, but there's also no physical evidence to prove it. So it really comes down to Mr. Hogan. Do you believe him? Now, you know what? I'm going to call him Tim because I know he's watching. Hi, Tim. This is the part of the episode where I tell you all the positive and negative things I can about the author of the story. But today we have to do things a little differently. Recently on live streams, I've been cold reading rough drafts of scripts for this channel. You probably assume this, but I have a team of writers, researchers, and contributors because, well, I need to. My cute 12-minute videos about weird animals have now become 40-minute documentaries. I'm just the guy who talks to a fish. I need help. Anyway, when I read the scripts live, I'm literally reading them for the first time along with you. Obviously, they're never final scripts. I rewrite everything I'm given. I also research and fact-check as much as I can. Oh yeah, then this one has to put in his jokes.
Nah, you'd be nothing without me.
Well,
nothing!
But here's where things took a turn. First, after reading the draft, I was contacted by a viewer. Hi, Stan. Stan knows Timothy Hogan. He felt that the script was unfair to him, that it attacked him too personally. And you know what? I think Stan was right. You can still see the live read on the channel under the live tab, but here's the short version. The script brought up Tim's divorce and a situation he had with a woman who was suffering from addiction and mental illness. She took over his Facebook page and posted wild stuff as him, like she was the reincarnation of Mary Magdalene, so that makes him Jesus and things like that. And look, those things happened, and it's not a good look. But are they relevant to his story about the Knights Templar? Absolutely not. Just like my exes aren't relevant to the work I do now.
Yeah, you got some real pieces of work in your past.
I know.
Some real pieces of work, I tell you.
I know. I went through some rough patches.
Your wife is a saint.
I can't deny that. But that's the point. Tim's personal life is just that. Personal, and I don't really like gossip. Okay, I like gossip, but I don't do it on the channel.
Now you do it on the live streams.
Okay, that's fine. Let me get through this. So Tim's personal life is irrelevant, but his professional life regarding his work with and as a Knights Templar is relevant. Tim has detractors, people that don't like him, people that don't believe him. I asked the researcher where she found these people.
They're on Reddit, aren't they?
They're on Reddit.
Oh, they hate you on Reddit too.
So, wait. So they're feds.
Oh, they don't love you either.
Fair enough.
Tim's detractors are what seem to be members of different orders of the Knights Templar or other fraternal organizations. It's actually hard to follow if you're not in that world. Now, people often ask me if I'm a Mason or in groups like that, and I'm not. And I joke that I'm not a joiner. I don't play well with others, because that's true. So when people talk about Grand Masters and 7th degrees and secret handshake grips and all that stuff, I don't get it. I don't impugn it, but I really don't get it. But the people that are in those groups do get it, and they take it very seriously.
Like, I don't want to be in a secret club where we do weird stuff together. We have to meet multiple times a month. It's not for me.
There's been infighting with these various...
You guys want to put a rope around my neck and blindfold me and drag me around the chapel on a Saturday? No. Sorry. I'm done with this. I'm out.
orders for 1,000 years, and it's still happening. This board voted Tim off, or that group wanted him out. He didn't like what another group was doing, so he left, that kind of thing. Are the internal politics of these fraternal groups relevant to his story of the Knights Templar? To me, no. There are people who call Tim a fraud, that he makes claims that aren't true. Well, I'm going to read you a few of his claims, and these are Tim's words in an email to me. Laugh it up. It's going to happen to you too. It was also suggested that I say I'm a descendant of a Revolutionary War Templar, which is actually true. My great-grandfather 7 generations back was General Joseph Warren of the Revolutionary War. True. He initiated Paul Revere, and he helped plan the Boston Tea Party. He was an alchemist and a doctor, a Templar Grand Commander for the region, and his relationship with Paul Revere was largely based on studying alchemy. Paul Revere was a silversmith. That's true. My grandfather Hugh Warren also taught metallurgy at Denver University. My great-grandfather James Baden Warren also knew metallurgy, and he was the Grand Lecturer for the Masonic Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, and he was a Grand Commander of the Knights Templar. True. My father was Stephen D. Hogan, mayor of Aurora, Colorado.
That is the face of incest.
And had been active in politics my entire life. He was also a Templar. There are highways and convention centers named after him in Colorado. True.
We continue covering Colorado First at 5, and we travel to Aurora, where the city hosted a groundbreaking event for the Stephen Hogan Parkway. Project to close about a 2-mile gap between existing 6th Parkway on the west and E470 on the east.
But even though he always had politics going on, he always tried to
is he giving his credentials?
make time for us individually and to make us feel special.
I ran for mayor after he passed away in a special election and lost by 2 votes. Anyhow, my family on both sides...
Man, he lost by 2 votes. God damn it, guys. See, you gotta get out and vote. Every vote matters.
had been Templars, and I was first knighted into the tradition at 8 years old as a page. Now, I've seen these claims challenged online, but everything I could find says that Tim is telling the truth about his family. There are a few other criticisms of him online that he addressed in his emails to me. I don't find a lot of it relevant. It's mostly personal, but Google him and decide for yourself. Here's where I stand. I've watched and listened to interviews with Tim that go back about 10 years. I've read 2 of his books. Well, skimmed. I watched his entire series on Gaia, which is fascinating, by the way. Tim Hogan has an encyclopedic knowledge of the history of the Knights Templar. Names, dates, meanings of words, ancient rituals, everything connecting the Knights to ancient Egypt, various pharaohs and kings and popes.
So maybe everyone doesn't like him because he's for real, maybe?
Tim knows it all. And if you're into the subject, listen to one of his interviews. He's knowledgeable and riveting. And when we finally get the studio finished here, Tim agreed to come in and talk to me and have his claims challenged. But what about his claims? Well, from what I gather, and this is only my opinion, Tim will lean into information depending on the situation. Meaning, if he's being interviewed by an historian or someone focused on hard facts, Tim sticks to the facts. He'll bring up the theories and label them as such. Legend says, or people say, that sort of thing. If he's in a forum where the wild claims are expected, he'll lean into those. Now, at first, that might sound dishonest, but it's exactly what I do here. I tell the story, the legend, the myth as it's meant to be told, then we break it down together. I'm not trying to lie to you. I'm trying to entertain you. I'm not a journalist. I talk to a fish. We do this for fun. Now, there are some bold claims that Tim sticks by, like the vaults containing the arks and ossuaries of remains. He says these are real, he's seen them, and the information is coming out. The purpose of the show on Gaia is to, in Tim's words, bring people up to speed. Okay, that's fair, but that's not evidence. And bold claims need hard evidence. I'm going to be very honest. One of my most loyal patrons was upset about the Mary Magdalene, Jesus, John part of the story. That's the ossuary, the bones. He felt it was insulting to Christianity and I should leave it out. But it's such an explosive claim, I needed to tell you about it. If I left it out, I'd feel like a liar and a coward. That said, I did check with other people of faith in my community. They said it's part of the story, leave it in. And if you followed this channel for a while, you know that I greatly respect religion and people of faith.
Well, so I mentioned the arcs. Accordingly, we also have ossuaries with the bones of certain holy figures that we're hanging on to.
By the way, I've only seen Tim discuss that story about the bones once, and he was reluctant to do so. He knows it's touchy.
Okay, well, you just can't get away with, without naming names, ossuaries of whom?
They would be referred to as the Holy Families. So it would be, John the Baptist, Jesus, Mary Magdalene, and their kids.
He said he'll allow DNA testing, but he was also very clear that he had no intention of insulting anyone's faith.
One of the biggest hurdles that we're trying to get over with all of this is that we're not trying to invalidate anybody's beliefs. We're just trying to say that there might be a little bit more to the story.
It's aliens.
And I believe him on that point. Tim's been accused of doing so many interviews.
It's Annunazis, bro.
And giving so many lectures because he wants to sell books and get people to watch his show. Does that mean he's lying? No, he's promoting. Graham Hancock is everywhere when he has a book out. He wants people to buy it and read it. So what? I'm a huge fan. I buy all of Graham's books and watch all of his shows and interviews. I've seen every minute of him on Rogan. I don't have to believe everything Graham says, but I enjoy the material. Same with Tim Hogan. You don't have to believe his story to enjoy it. Stories of Atlantean treasure, free energy, and ancient documents, that's nothing new. Those legends have been around forever. Now they may be true, but until we have physical evidence, they are still legends. So, is Tim just jumping on the Atlantis bandwagon, or is the link between the Knights Templar and Atlantis real? Are there really underground vaults hidden around the world with ancient technology that could rid us of poverty and war?
Yes.
The arcs, the artifacts, the emerald tablet, the mana, the bones, are they real? Well, I need to see them. But if you choose to believe the story without physical proof, that's okay too. I'm not trying to persuade you one way or another. Tim insists that the Templars will reveal these artifacts very soon. If there are no artifacts, why make that promise? When he talks about the divine in each of us, he seems to believe it. But that could be my own bias, because I also believe that the divine, God, the universal energy, the whatever you call it, I believe that is in each of us. And I don't think that belief has to contradict anyone's faith. That's why it's called faith. If Tim Hogan is telling the truth, humanity's future might not be as doomed as we think. And maybe the catalyst, the change, the evidence we need is hiding in a vault right now, right beneath our feet.
Dude, we
I don't know.
We know it is. There's fucking... Dude, and not only in vaults underneath our feet, just under the dirt under our feet, dog. What did EBE say? Just look everywhere and dig.
If it is. But I truly hope so.
Let's go. Hecklefish for the win.
Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. That's...
Hell yeah. That's probably a great place to stop it. What's this? Let's see what this is real quick. Exposing Brittany Rose. What is this? Hell yeah. Oh my god, the fucking ad. The fucking ad, always. Pause. Here, it's a Larry ad break. This is how I feel every time that there's a fucking ad below me. I feel like Larry. Right here. Oh my goodness, give me that picture back. Look at my boy, Lair Bear. I gotta get Larry on the Libby board. You know he's like an SS Commandos kid. Come on, Lair, you're coming on the board, son. Let's fucking go. I don't know why Miro does when it. I just want to be able to fucking drag the goddamn picture from over here into Miro, and usually it does, but then it'll leave a mini version and a oh sorry, you couldn't even see it. It leaves, when I drag that in here, it leaves a big version and then a little version, and then sometimes it leaves like the pixel size of the of the photo. I don't know why. But hell yeah. All right. Sorry, let's frickin' jam it off for tonight. Oh! Dude, look at this. These pictures of Larry are incredible. I'm taking all these. Larry did 9/11 go. Yes, I ordered Drop World Trade Center now. Do it. Drop it.
He told me, I see your eyes, but I always fall. I see you come, I see you go. He said, all things pass into the night. And I said, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. What do we think it looks like? I must disagree. Oh no, sir, I must say you're Paul and Himmler. Won't you listen to me? He told me, I've seen it all before. I've been there. I've seen my hopes and dreams lying on the ground. I've seen the sky just begin to fall. He said, all things pass into the night. And I said, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. I must disagree, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. But won't you listen to me?
Dead on, Blair, you got him. You got to stop doing 9/11 thing. We're gonna catch on soon, you little goofballs. Larry Himmler and Hybrid. Why so cool? Larry Himmler and Dracula. Oh my god, look at this guy. Oh no, I broke these. We don't fuck with you. Goodbye, Nazis. We don't fuck with you. Goodbye, Nazis. We don't fuck with you. Goodbye, Nazis. And we don't fuck with Peter Thiel, don't think I forgot about you today, you little tiny leader. Goodbye, Nazis. If I die, if I'm gonna talk about Peter Thiel forever, ever. I will talk about Epstein. I will talk about Rant. I will talk about Fucking fucking face looks like it's melting. Go back in the... I'm not gonna say go back in the oven. No fucking fuck off. Fucking I'm so done with you guys. Delete my account. See if I give a fuck. I'm gonna yap more. I'm gonna figure out how to upload this 60 times more to my fucking YouTube or my TikTok. I'm gonna get my account back too, you punk asses. Bye, losers. No, not you guys. I love the KnitWitches. All right, bye, GW Jones. You ugly, you nasty. Bye, dork. All right, good night, guys. KnitWitches forever. Go file a complaint with TikTok about them taking my account or something. I don't know. I don't know what we can do. Nothing. But cry about it. All right, good night, guys. I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye.